because this is our moment, and we will be proud when we look back, not because of what the government is doing for the people. That's the smallest part of our story. It's what people are doing for each other. That's what makes me so proud to be your premier. It's what keeps me going. It's the people, the ordinary folks out there, stepping up, rising to the occasion, doing everything they can to support our heroes in the trenches, to support our frontline healthcare workers, the ones fighting day and night to beat this virus and keep us safe. They have our backs and we have theirs. On March the 20th, we issued a call to action. We asked Ontario companies to get in the fight, to retool, to help make critical supplies and equipment, to make the masks, gloves, and supplies our frontline healthcare workers need. And Ontario businesses have stepped up. We're mobilizing our manufacturing might. We're mobilizing our economy and our people. We're mobilizing to conquer COVID. We're retooling the economic engine of Confederation. We're turning our manufacturing firepower against this virus. We received over 14,000 submissions to Ontario Together portal. Thousands of businesses put up their hand to make critical medical supplies and equipment. To date, Ontario Together has provided 7,500 leads on emergency supplies, leading to $90 million in purchases of critical medical equipment and supplies. Supplies that will be sent straight to the front lines. That's 5.1 million surgical gloves, 20 million surgical masks, and 250,000 face shields. We purchased 50,000 units of hand sanitizer for our police officers at a time when this equipment is in short supply all around the world. We can't count on other countries, but we can count on each other. We can be proud of our homegrown solutions. Companies like Autoliv in Tilbury heard the call. They make airbags for cars. Now they have approval from Health Canada to make surgical gowns. The Canadian emergency medical manufacturers are delivering 340,000 pieces of PPE. And earlier today, I dropped by a grassroots PPE drive. These are private citizens stepping up to get desperately needed equipment to our brave men and women in the front lines. They're calling on anyone who has access to PPE. They're collecting thousands of pieces of PPE, and they are making a huge difference. So if you can help, please drop by today until 5 p.m. at XYZ Storage on Eastern Avenue. I went by personally to drop off a donation of 32,000 surgical masks from the Trillium Automobile Dealers Association. And I want to thank Haley Wickenheiser, Ryan Reynolds, and the entire team at Conquer COVID. It's incredible to see people stepping up. My friends, Ontario is rising to the occasion. The frontline healthcare heroes to the everyday heroes, doing everything they can to help. And as I said yesterday, it's through adversity that we unite. It's through adversity that we see what we are truly made of. And I'm so incredibly proud of all Ontario businesses, organizations, and people who have stepped up to make a real difference. And I know how hard it is on everyone. I know how hard it is to be separated from your families and loved ones during the holiday weekend. But this is a matter of life and death. Thousands of lives are on the line. And I'm so proud of everyone for doing the right thing. You are all champions. And I want to wish everyone a very happy Easter and happy Passover. Thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you.
Go to the phone line for questions.
Before I go to the phone lines, I had a call the other day from a gentleman named Yoda. And he's put together just volunteers, just average people. And I was over there this morning, and that's how I received this Conquer COVID-19 T-shirt. And I just want to thank you, Yoda, as part of Haley's team and Ryan's team. They're out there along with Jody and Dr. Ruby Alvey and Guri, all of you. And I'm leaving out probably 20, 30 names, all stepping up and working together. That's what I call the true Ontario spirit. So thank you, each and every one of you.
Okay, first question.
First question comes from Kari Verma from CBC News. Please go ahead.
And good afternoon, Premier and Minister Elliott and Minister Phillips. My question is for both the Premier and the Minister of Health. You know, we've heard about ongoing issues at Participation House in Markham, other long-term care facilities across the province struggling to maintain both personal support workers as well as nurses. What is the province doing to protect staff and residents that goes above and beyond the federal measures that were announced today? And what do you do to ensure there's enough staff? And Minister Elliott, you said last week you weren't planning to increase the rate of pay for PSWs like they're doing in British Columbia. But I mean, how can you try and get people to work in these facilities and put their lives at risk when they're paid so little?
Well, before I pass it over to Minister Elliott, I just want to thank all the people working in long-term care. You know, they're stepping up to the plate. I understand how hard it is for them to go in and how challenging it is. But we all have a duty to take care of the most vulnerable people out there. They're relying on us. We just can't leave people in beds. You know, these are people that cannot take care of themselves. You heard the terrible story in Quebec, and I know Premier Legault. He's just he's sick to his stomach over it. But as a society, as a province, as a people, we cannot just leave people there. And it's so sad. Just think of it. These are the most vulnerable. They could be your family member. They could be your grandparents. They could be your children. And we need to do everything we can to, first of all, make sure we support the frontline healthcare workers by providing them the PPE items that they need. But what happened in Markham is heartbreaking. We just can't abandon the most vulnerable. I'll pass it over to Minister Elliott.
Well, what happened in Quebec at the long-term care home and what happened at the Participation House in Markham is truly heartbreaking because they are people's family members, their loved ones, and they are truly, truly vulnerable people. They are not able to help themselves, and it is our duty to care for them. We want to make sure that they are safe and that they are comfortable. And I would say that the vast majority of our frontline providers are doing exactly that. They are putting themselves in danger, but they want to help, they want to make people well, and that they are staying there and they are doing their jobs. But what we've heard from them in turn is that they need personal protective equipment. They need that in order to be able to continue to do their jobs, to stay well, to keep their families well, and to keep their patients or residents well. So that is what we're doing. We are working 24/7. We have groups that are doing procurement across the province and doing international procurement. The Premier has indicated that we've had so many people that have stepped forward domestically to help produce sanitizer, gowns, surgical masks, ventilators, all of that equipment. That is what we really need to provide to our frontline providers. But if they should fall ill or if they should need respite, we also have the group of volunteers through the workforce group that we've put together through that portal. We've received applications from thousands of people that want to get involved, from retired nurses to medical students to internationally trained professionals. People are coming forward. We thank them for that because they want to do the work on the front lines, and we have their backs in terms of protective equipment. We're going to continue to supply that to make sure that they're safe and healthy.
And Minister, though, like I have a follow-up question on another topic, but just to that point, it's great that we're seeing retired workers and that coming back into the fold, but we're seeing a number of long-term care homes indicate that they are experiencing significant staffing woes. So what are you guys going to do to incentivize to keep people like PSWs coming into work and providing them things like PPE? And just on another note, it looks like that at least half of the COVID cases in various jurisdictions across Canada come from the under 49 crowd. So what is the government going to do to kind of alter its messaging to really focus in on young people to make sure that they are aware that it's them that are really spreading COVID-19?
Well, first on the issue of the workforce in some of the long-term care homes and so on, one of the key things that we are hearing is that they need personal protective equipment, and we now have a directive from Dr. Williams that they are to wear face masks during their entire course of work, their entire shift. So I think that will be helpful. There's more, of course, that we need to do, and they need more resources as well in terms of people working there. We want to make sure through this additional workforce that has come forward, the volunteers that have come forward, that we can help them in both long-term care homes, retirement homes, and other congregate places of living, such as Participation House in Markham, which deals with intellectually challenged young people and older people as well. In terms of dealing with young people, we have expanded the criteria of some of the symptoms for COVID, that it reflects differently in younger people and more seniors. With younger people, it can be unexplained joint aches, it can be headaches, it can be other things that they might not typically think would be symptoms of COVID. We have expanded those categories. We are trying to let them know that these can be signs that they do have COVID. And of course, we're continuing with our message, asking people to please stay home. Please do not get into groups of more than 5 people. That is how COVID spreads. We need to stop that if we want to flatten that curve and make sure that Ontario flattens the curve and starts on the downturn. So all of these things are really important. We say them each and every day. They apply to seniors as much as they apply to young people. So we're going to continue with that message, and it's our expectation, our hope and expectation that young people will get that message and will stop getting into groups of more than 5 people.
Next question.
Next question comes from Haley Cooper from News Talk 1010. Please go ahead.
Hi, my question is for the Premier. Only 2,000 tests have been done compared to 5,500 tests yesterday, and we're just wondering why that is. People are seeing these numbers come out daily. They're starting to get frustrated, as I'm sure you're getting frustrated. So why are we not seeing that number go up? We're in fact seeing it go down.
Well, as I mentioned, yes, I get frustrated when I see the numbers. We are ramping up. We have ramped up, and our goal is going to be 8,000. I believe it's April 15th, and I believe 14,000 April 25th, give or take a couple days. But we've given the direction. Let's get out there and start testing. And I'll be sitting down with our health team and asking that exact same question. But maybe I'll pass this over to the Minister of Health, and she can give you an explanation on that.
Well, we have significantly increased the number of daily tests that we're doing. We're up to almost 6,000 per day now, as the Premier indicated. The expectation is by April 15th that we will have increased, doubling to 8,000 tests and then doubling again by the end of April. So we do have a group that has developed a strategy for this. We are reaching out, of course, first to frontline providers, to the people who are working on the front lines in our healthcare system, and also to our first responders, as well as to people in long-term care homes where there has been an outbreak. We're now at, unfortunately, 101 homes that have had an experience, someone who has been diagnosed with COVID-19. So we need to concentrate our resources in those places so that we can identify anyone else who may have COVID-19 or COVID-19 symptoms to make sure that they can be put into self-isolation or hospital if that's necessary. So we want to focus our resources on the areas that are most significant, both in terms of our first responders and healthcare providers, but also to our most vulnerable populations. That's how we're rapidly increasing, and we're going to continue. We'll get to the doubling point within a few days, and then we will continue to double again with the next several weeks.
Thank you. And my follow-up question is for the Premier as well. I asked Minister Lecce yesterday about grocery store workers being added to the list of workers eligible for emergency 24/7 daycare. And he said that talks are still in the works of expanding that list. And I just wondered when we might see grocery store workers added to that list. Are the daycares up to capacity, and what's the holdup?
Well, we've chatted with Minister Lecce yesterday about that. He was actually down at Queen's Park. He's adjusting that list, and I have all the confidence in the world he's going to make sure he makes the right decision for any essential person out there, and grocery clerks and transit drivers as well. That list is very long, but I know that Minister Lecce will be coming out over the next short while, over the next few days, and adjusting the list that he has.
Next question.
Next question comes from Laura Stone from the Globe and Mail. Please go ahead.
Hi there. I was hoping to follow up with Minister Elliott regarding the staffing issues in long-term care and other facilities for the vulnerable. Minister, is there anything else that the province can do to shore up more support for these places who are experiencing significant shortages, or where people have walked off the job, other than just relying on volunteers to come forward? What proactively is the government doing, and is calling in military aid an option?
Well, at this point, everything's on the table. I don't think military aid is required at this point because we have had thousands of medical professionals who have come forward that are willing to help out in these situations. Many retired nurses who are being requalified by the regulatory colleges. Medical students are helping us with contact tracing and so on. So we are working with our public health officials in each of the areas where there has been COVID-19 cases diagnosed in long-term care homes to make sure that they have both the personal protective equipment but also the people on the ground in order to do the work. That's for long-term care homes. We're working with Minister Fullerton on that. With respect to places like the home in Markham, Providence, we are working with Minister Smith, the Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, to make sure that they also have the personal protective equipment in order to do their work, because this scans a number of ministries and jurisdictions. So we need to make sure, first of all, that people have the equipment that they need, also that we have the necessary people in place. We're so fortunate that so many people have come forward. They are working, they're being deployed regionally and helping the local public health units where they've indicated that they need extra help.
And just on the issue of staff still working in multiple homes, we know that this is an issue for potentially spreading COVID-19. I know that Ontario has recommended that people not do that, but if they're working 2-3 jobs in order to make ends meet, what is the government going to do in order to order people to work in one home and to make up for the fact that they may be losing income? Will Ontario do as BC has done and ensure that people are only working in one facility? facility?
Well, we are certainly aware that there are a number of people that are in that situation where they don't have full-time employment, perhaps in one home, and they have to work at 2 or 3 homes, that is a liability that we want. And we've asked people to only work in one place, but economically we know for a lot of people that's just not possible. So we're examining that now to figure out how we can help and make sure that someone is able to get that employment that they need in one home so that they don't have to move to 2 or 3. That's going to be another key method of keeping COVID-19 out of long-term care homes and other places of congregate living.
Next question.
Next question comes from Travis Denrush of Global News. Please go ahead.
Hey there, Premier. There are a lot of concerns about what's happening in First Nations communities in Ontario. I have a letter here from one councillor of First Nations saying it has become increasingly apparent that there was no plan in place to contain an outbreak in an isolated reserve. We have been told to rely on our local pandemic plan and resources. Help is not coming, not in the way that we need. What is the government prepared to do to help these First Nations communities that are dealing with the outbreak?
Well, I've had a personal conversation with Regional Chief Roseanne Archibald, asking her to get a list of anything that she needs. I know Minister Rickford is on the phone daily, not every other day, daily with multiple regional chiefs across the province. I just finished putting in a call into Chief Clifford Bull at Sioux Outlook. I understand there's a case up there, asking him what they need. We also need, it falls under a federal jurisdiction, we need support from the federal government on this as well. And I know they'll be there. I know they're very passionate about helping Indigenous communities across this country. It also came up in the Premier's meeting. We're there for them. And again, we'll be reaching out constantly, looking at the requirements that they have. And with collaboration and cooperation from the federal government, we will be flying in supplies to regions that are needed. So I know this came up again, the other day with the Prime Minister and other premiers, and the Prime Minister is committed that he will do whatever it takes to make sure we take care of our Indigenous communities right across this country.
And Premier, as you're well aware that millions of families in this province are trying to plan their lives right now, you have extended the emergency order, and you said that you were waiting on more data to give parents a definitive answer on whether or not they should plan for school to be closed for the remainder of the school year. Can you give them that answer? And if not, why not, when other provinces have been able to do that?
Yeah, well, the reason why not, we don't know where we're going to be in 2 weeks. We're expecting a spike over the next few weeks. And the last thing we want to do, Travis, is put our kids in harm's way. So that will be a decision we'll be making after we speak to our chief medical officer. At the end of the day, he's gonna have the call on this, and then with full communication with our Minister of Education, along with school boards, school trustees, teachers as well. It's absolutely critical. We speak to our teachers, and by the way, another shout out to the teachers. You're doing an incredible job in the circumstances that we're facing right now. So we'll have all the stakeholders involved before we make that decision. But I think it'd be a little premature when we're still 3 weeks away from that to make that decision right now.
Next question.
Next question comes from Rachel Haynes from CTV. Please go ahead.
Hi, Premier. This is Rachel Haynes here from CTV National News. Just wanted to go back to what we're talking about the outbreaks in long-term care homes. Yeah. You're talking a lot about what needs to be done, but what about for the homes such as the one in Markham where the staff have already walked out? What more can you do for those long-term care homes where these people are already at risk in the homes that they're living in? Can you force their staff back to work? Do you need more help from the federal government?
Well, I've said right from day one with anyone, you can't physically force anyone. When you sign up to do a job, You have to think of the worst case scenarios, and that's why these people are heroes. Our frontline healthcare workers, they're heroes because when a crisis like this happen, who do we turn to? We turn to our frontline doctors, nurses, PSWs, healthcare workers, long-term care workers, seniors, to not leave their post. And vast majority, 99.9% of people are standing there working through it. That's what makes these people heroes. They're different than a lot of us out there. That they're incredible people. So we're doing everything we can to make sure we protect them. That will help them protect the most vulnerable. And again, I go back to the story in Quebec. When I heard that, it's heart-wrenching. How I know it's very, very difficult, and until you walk a mile in their shoes, none of us can really appreciate the pressures they're facing on the front lines. How do you leave someone there for 2-3 days that happened in Quebec, and how do you humanly do that? I don't understand. It's heart-wrenching. So we're going to do everything we can, and I just want to thank again the people that are there in the long-term care at all our homes. They're absolute incredible people, and we thank them.
Follow up.
Thank you. And I'd like to follow up on the contaminated swabs that the Toronto Star was reporting last night. What are we doing to ensure the quality of supplies that we're getting and also maintaining its proper distribution?
So a lot of these, I had this conversation with the Deputy Prime Minister. There was a couple shipments, and we do joint procurement with the federal government. The company over in Asia actually contacted the federal government and said they found swabs with mold on it. I think it was 100,000. Then another company shipped in 200,000. We caught them. They're going to be corrected. That's a big difficulty. That's a massive problem. Relying, no matter if they're swabs or N95, masks, you have to make sure that we do the audit, which we did, and we did catch it. When you're relying on other countries around the world, that's why we can't rely on these other countries. We have to manufacture here moving forward. The business community have really ramped up. At least we have our own standards here in Canada and Health Canada and in each province that we can keep an eye on quality control and do audits throughout the whole system. But when you start relying on countries from around the world, you don't know what you're going to get until they land, and then you start opening up the boxes and doing the testing. The solution for this, manufacture here in Canada. And when we get through this, and I've said it over and over again to all the premiers, they're all in agreement, Prime Minister, we can never, ever let this happen to us again. We have the ingenuity, the skills, the manufacturing might and the engineering might that after this, we can go to Asia and save, 10 cents, 15 cents on a mask? It's not worth it. It's not worth it and putting ourselves in jeopardy. These are critical items that should be stored, and God forbid we ever face this again. And my biggest fear right now is the second wave, possibly coming in September. I pray every night that we don't see a second wave, because that would really be damaging.
Next question.
Next question comes from Brian Lilly from the Toronto Sun. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Premier. I have to say you look a bit more ready to go out on the road with AC/DC than a politician at the moment.
I know. I didn't, Brian, I just came back from a great group of people, and I promised them I'd put this shirt on, and I'll tell you, it feels a lot more comfortable than those suits I wear.
I wanted to ask you about the statement you made off the top about Ontario being at war. How would you describe that? How would you say that we're at war compared to, we're fighting an invisible enemy? I get that, but we're not sending more people out into the factories. We're sending less. So how are we at war?
Well, we're at war with the most deadly virus we've ever seen in this world, in our generation at least. And like you said, Brian, it's we're at war at an enemy we can't see right now. And people are going to define this moment. There's always so much a government can do, and we're doing everything we can. I know the federal government, municipal governments are all putting everything behind it. But it's the people that are going to win this war against this deadly, deadly virus by staying inside and making sure we practice social distancing. But it's the companies that it's like the cavalry coming over the top of the hill. These companies are just incredible, supplying a lot of the frontline healthcare workers with the PPE, the donations, like the folks that just average grassroots people started this Conquer COVID-19, the T-shirt that I'm wearing, reaching out to all these companies, and a big truck came in from Canadian Tire with skids of PPE items. Everyone is stepping up. That's how we're going to defeat this. It's not the traditional war by any means. We're out there, with the guns and the cannons and everything else. It's a different type of war that our generation has never seen before. But what's going to define us is how we tackle this. And the people of this province and this country are the most amazing, resilient people I've ever met. I'm so proud of every single person in this province. Incredible people. I'm very blessed to be the premier of the greatest province in the entire country.
You mentioned in your news release today about the 7,500 submissions that you've had through Together Ontario, $90 million of purchases. But just a moment ago, you were speaking about swabs that weren't up to standard. I'm wondering, have you received a lot of faulty or bogus submissions through Together Ontario? I know that in my email every day, I'm getting people trying to sell me supplies that as soon as you start reading the email that it's bogus. Have you had people trying to dupe the province, take advantage of the situation coming in through this?
Absolutely. And we've had this conversation with the feds as well. And you saw the little issue that the city of Toronto faced the other day with the masks as well. We're making sure we're doing audits on everything that's being shipped in. We're sending over items to UHN for Dr. Smith to make sure that they get tested, and over to Health Canada before we can use any of these items, because it's as sick as it is. People actually try to scam the system in these times. Are disgusting. Those people should be thrown in jail, and the key should be thrown away. Trying to make a buck off this virus. It's terrible, and a lot of this is happening overseas. We talked to Deputy Premier Prime Minister Freeland the other night, and I gave her a heads up on a large purchase. Someone gave us an address, and we did our due diligence, saying that there was tens of millions of masks in a warehouse in Minneapolis. First it was California, Texas, and New Jersey. Then it was Minneapolis. And I told our team, this stinks to high heaven. Let's start digging into this group. And they ended up giving us the 3M headquarters office. We called 3M, and they told us, hey, this is happening a lot. They just caught a big scam in Germany as well. So be aware. And we're going to do our due diligence before it gets out in the field. But, Brian, there's always going to be very, very few bad apples, disgusting people that want to make a profit off the backs of people that are dying. They're disgusting. And if we ever catch them here in Ontario, I'll tell you, we'll come down on them like they've never seen before, and do the full extent of the law to make sure these people are put away.
Last question.
Last question is from Douglas Boyd from Rogers TV. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Premier.
Hi, Douglas.
Can you just tell us about, is there any talks of using the former General Motors plant to make these life-saving facilities?
Which plant was that? I'm sorry, Douglas, I didn't hear.
The General Motors plant.
Oh, General Motors, yeah. I haven't heard of it as of yet. I know General Motors out in Markham, they have a real high-tech center out there. I know they're pitching in, and Honda's pitching in, and Ford is doing the shields, and Toyota is out there. Toyota's offering their lean expertise team to make sure that the flow of the process is moving forward. And as you know, Toyota has the number one plant in the world in efficiencies, and we want to thank them for coming forward and bringing the continuous improvement team to us and volunteering their skills and their trades. But I haven't heard of the GM plant out in Oshawa. I've heard about GM supporting us out in Markham, but I'll look into it. But all the auto part manufacturing companies and automobile manufacturers, they've all stepped up in a massive way. So I just want to thank them. And do you know what's amazing is how quickly they can transform from cars or auto parts into
si un vote par appel nominal est demandé, il ne soit pas différé et que si le projet de loi est adopté à l'étape de la deuxième lecture, il soit renvoyé à un comité plénier réputé, étudié en comité plénier, réputé avoir fait l'objet d'un rapport sans amendement, réputé adopté à l'étape du rapport avec dissidence et réputé lu une troisième fois et adopté avec dissidence. H. Lorsque le projet de loi visé en D a été lu une troisième fois et adopté, la Chambre s'ajourne jusqu'au lundi 20 avril 2020 sous réserve que, pour l'application du règlement, elle soit réputée ajournée conformément à l'article 28 du règlement et, pour plus de certitude, que les dispositions des paragraphes M à P de l'ordre adopté le vendredi 13 mars 2020 et de l'alinéa F des paragraphes 1 à I à M de l'ordre adopté le mardi 24 mars 2020 restent en vigueur. I. Pendant la période où la Chambre est ajournée conformément à cet ordre, la Chambre puisse être appelée conformément à l'article 28.3 du règlement pour l'étude de mesures pour adresser les impacts économiques de la COVID-19 et les impacts sur la vie des Canadiens et des Canadiennes. J. If, during the period, the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the Speaker receives a notice from the House leaders of all recognized parties indicating that it is in the public interest that the House remain adjourned until a future date or until future notice is given to the Speaker. The House will remain adjourned accordingly, provided that, in the event of the Speaker being unable to act owing to illness or other cause, the Deputy Speaker or either of the Assistant Deputy Speaker shall act in the Speaker's stead for all purposes of this paragraph. K. During the period the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, any return, report, or other paper required to be laid before the House in accordance with any act of Parliament or in pursuance of any order of this House may be deposited with the Clerk of the House on any Wednesday, provided that committee reports presented pursuant to an order of this House may be deposited at any time. Such return, report, or other paper shall be deposited electronically and shall be deemed for all purposes to have been presented to or laid before the House. L. Pendant la période où la Chambre est ajournée conformément à cet ordre, le Comité permanent de la santé, le Comité permanent des finances, le Comité permanent des opérations gouvernementales et des prévisions budgétaires, le Comité permanent des ressources humaines, du développement des compétences, du développement social et de la condition des personnes handicapées, et le Comité permanent de l'industrie, des sciences et de la technologie, puissent tenir des réunions dans le seul but d'entendre des témoignages concernant des enjeux liés à la pandémie de la COVID-19, sous réserve qu'à ces réunions, 1. Les membres des dits comités doivent assister et les témoins doivent participer par vidéoconférence ou téléconférence. 2. Les membres participant par vidéoconférence ou téléconférence soient comptés pour fin de quorum. 3. Les délibérations soient rendues disponibles au public via le site web de la Chambre des communes. 4. Les avis de substitution des membres, en vertu de l'article 114.2 du règlement, soient remis au greffier de chaque comité par courriel et sous réserve que 5. Chaque comité se réunisse au moins une fois par semaine, sauf si les whips de tous les partis reconnus acceptent de ne pas tenir de réunion. 6. Chaque comité puisse recevoir des témoignages qui, autrement, pourraient excéder leur mandat en vertu de l'article 108 du règlement. 7. Tout comité se réunisse dans les 48 heures suivant l'avis reçu par courriel par le greffier du comité d'une demande signée par 4 membres du comité. M. Le comité permanent de la procédure et des affaires de la Chambre soit chargé d'entreprendre une étude sur la façon dont les députés peuvent exercer leurs fonctions parlementaires alors que la Chambre est ajournée pour des raisons de santé publique reliées à la pandémie de la COVID-19, y compris des modifications temporaires à certaines procédures, des séances en différents lieux et des solutions technologiques dont l'idée d'un Parlement virtuel, pourvu que 1. Pendant la période où la Chambre est ajournée conformément à cet ordre, les dispositions qui s'appliquent au comité énuméré en L s'appliquent également à ce comité, mais que le comité puisse également étudier des motions portant adoption d'un rapport à ces sujets. 2. Le comité fasse rapport à la Chambre au plus tard le 15 mai 2020. 3. Tout rapport adopté en vertu de l'alinéa 2 puisse être remis électroniquement au greffier de la Chambre et soit réputé avoir été dûment présenté à la Chambre en cette date. N. In addition to receiving evidence, the committees enumerated in paragraph L and M of this order, while meeting by video conference or teleconference, may also consider motions requesting or scheduling specific witnesses, and these motions shall be decided by way of a recorded vote. Aux fins des réunions de comité convoquées en vertu des paragraphes K et L, la priorité d'utilisation des ressources de la Chambre soit accordée dans l'ordre suivant. 1. Aux réunions du comité permanent de la santé. 2. Aux réunions du comité permanent des finances. 3. Aux réunions spécifiées par l'accord des whips de tous les partis reconnus. 4. À toutes les réunions dans cet ordre, toutes les autres réunions dans l'ordre où elles ont été convoquées. P. La Chambre demande au vérificateur général du Canada de faire une vérification 1. Des dépenses engagées en vertu de la loi sur les paiements relatifs aux événements de santé publique d'ordre national. 2. De l'application des dispositions de la loi sur l'administration financière et de la loi autorisant certains emprunts en vertu de la partie 8 de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence visant la COVID-19 et que le vérificateur général présente ses conclusions à la Chambre au plus tard le 1er juin 2021. Q. La Chambre demande au gouvernement de prendre les mesures nécessaires pour s'assurer que le vérificateur général ait suffisamment de ressources pour faire le travail demandé par la Chambre, ce qui comprend les vérifications demandées dans cet ordre et les ordres adoptés le mercredi 29 janvier 2020 et le vendredi 13 mars 2020. R. The government implement measures without delay to address gaps in the Canada emergency response benefit, or other programs existing or proposed to address students, owner-operators, to those who continue to receive a modest income from part-time work, royalties and honoraria for volunteer emergency service, and that, in addition, the government work to ensure essential workers who receive low wages will receive additional income support during this time of crisis. S. Le gouvernement met en œuvre à court terme des mesures de soutien destinées aux petites et moyennes entreprises canadiennes qui seront en partie non remboursables, avec pour premier objectif d'assurer le maintien des emplois et réduire leur endettement relatif aux coûts fixes, tout en maintenant l'accès à des liquidités sous forme d'emprunt. T. The House note that the measures including in an act to amend the Financial Administration Act, Special Warrant, the COVID-19 Emergency Response Act, and the bill referred to in paragraph D are for the purpose of dealing with the unique circumstances and the time period of the COVID-19 situation and recovery. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable ministre a-t-il le consentement unanime de la Chambre afin de proposer la motion? D'accord. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la motion. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion? Oui, adopté. Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui, la Chambre procédera maintenant aux déclarations de ministres. Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise here in this moment, in this House, as our generation faces its greatest challenge yet. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, of all those Canadians who saw our nation through difficult, tumultuous times in our history. Il y a 103 ans aujourd'hui, des jeunes soldats canadiens se trouvaient dans des tranchées en France, à des milliers de kilomètres de chez eux. Le lendemain, ils prendraient d'assaut la côte 145 et participeraient à la dernière bataille de la crête de Vimy. Aujourd'hui, à l'aube de ce sombre anniversaire, nous nous souvenons de leur courage et de leur sacrifice. Nous nous souvenons de ces soldats qui ont façonné le pays que nous connaissons aujourd'hui. 20 years later, many would be sent to the front again. On the evening of November 14th, 1940, my grandfather, the young MP for Vancouver North, rose in his seat to speak to the war effort, but first thanked all those senior members who allowed him to speak before them because his leave from the RCAF had expired that night and he was to ship out soon. Jimmy Sinclair would spend the next 3.5 years in Europe and North Africa, far from his young family, far from his work in this House of Commons, and far from his constituents in British Columbia, serving his country in the best way he knew how. He would return to the chamber in early 1944, a mere few months before D-Day, to exhort Canadians to continue with the sacrifices and efforts required to win. This is the year which will decide a rapid victory or a long and protracted war. A year when our fighting men must be given every conceivable aid and support and encouragement by every man, woman, and child in Canada, no matter the personal cost. These were trials that shaped our country and more, our citizens. And now, once again, we are being tried. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a war. That doesn't make this fight any less destructive, any less dangerous. But there is no front line marked with barbed wire, no soldiers to be deployed across the ocean, no enemy combatants to defeat. Instead, The front line is everywhere. In our homes, in our hospitals and care centers, in our grocery stores and pharmacies, at our truck stops and gas stations. And the people who work in these places are our modern-day heroes. Separated from their family, risking their own health, they head to work every day so that we can eat, so that we can heal, so that we can do our part. Because every one of us has a role to play in helping shield our country from the threat it now faces. In hard times, courage and strength are not defined by what we say or do loudly in public, but by the actions we take quietly, in private, like staying home. Even as we stand apart, we stand united in our resolve to do what we must until COVID-19 is defeated. Monsieur le Président, nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour faire adopter la subvention salariale d'urgence. Il s'agit de la politique économique canadienne la plus importante depuis la Deuxième Guerre mondiale. Cette subvention va permettre aux Canadiens de garder leur emploi et un chèque de paye pendant cette crise. C'est ce sur quoi nous voterons cet après-midi. Cette subvention s'appuie sur les démarches déjà entreprises pour venir en aide aux Canadiens, comme l'offre de prêts garantis aux petites entreprises et la prestation canadienne d'urgence pour ceux qui ont perdu leur emploi. Encore une fois, dans cette Chambre, nous sommes appelés à soutenir ceux qui sont dans le besoin et je sais que nous ne les laisserons pas tomber. Mr. Speaker, as Canada confronts this crisis, we are all called to serve, to fight for and alongside each of our fellow citizens, to fight for someone's mother, for someone's grandfather, for someone's neighbor. Our job as Canadians is to uphold the dignity and sanctity of every single human life, whether they be rich or poor, young or old, ailing or healthy. That is our duty. Without reservation, without pause, we must fight for every inch of ground against this disease. We must be there for one another as we spare no effort to safeguard our collective future. Au cours des prochaines semaines et des prochains mois, nous ferons face à de nombreux obstacles. Nous traverserons d'autres moments incertains. La peur et l'inquiétude continueront de faire partie de notre quotidien pour la plupart d'entre nous. Et malheureusement, nous pleurerons ensemble la perte des nôtres. Même si nous prenons toutes les précautions nécessaires, la situation risque de s'empirer avant de s'améliorer. C'est la triste réalité à laquelle notre pays est confronté. Notre détermination à en finir avec ce virus, notre engagement à veiller les uns sur les autres seront mis à l'épreuve. Mais je sais que nous sommes à la hauteur du défi devant nous. Canadians are among the most fortunate people on earth. Despite the challenges we have yet to overcome, despite the wrongs we have yet to right, ours is a country where we look out for one another, where we take care of each other. The generosity of spirit and compassion. This was alive long before this virus reached our shores, and it will survive long after it's gone because it is who we are. Monsieur le Président, notre pays est en deuil. Trop de familles ont perdu un être cher en raison de cette pandémie. Cette maladie est d'autant plus cruelle puisqu'elle nous empêche de se rassembler pour pleurer la perte de ceux qui nous ont quittés et de célébrer leur vie entre amis et famille. Au nom de tous les Canadiens, j'offre mes plus sincères condoléances à ceux qui ont perdu un proche. However, this holiday weekend also marks the coming of rebirth and new life. Easter is a time where Christians honor the passion, sacrifice, and resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth and his teachings of compassion, forgiveness, and love. Passover is a time when Jews recall the covenant made by God with the people of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, and the heroism of Moses, who led his people from bondage to freedom. Vaisakhi is a time when Sikhs and Hindus celebrate the new year and the spring harvest. And even for those who are not celebrating, spring is always a time for renewal. These moments remind us that love, courage, and fortitude are the antidote to despair, that there is no challenge we can't overcome together. So let us make a solemn promise to each other this weekend to do just that. Durant ce long week-end, prenons un engagement entre nous de faire ce qui s'impose aussi longtemps qu'il le faudra. Et dans cette chambre, faisons notre part pour remplir cet engagement. Prenons nos responsabilités et venons en aide à ceux qui sont dans le besoin. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, I think of the young men who died taking Vimy Ridge. I think of the greatest generation who grew up during the Depression and fought through World War II. They showed us how to fight for what we believe in and how to sacrifice for what we hold dear. Today, across this country, the last members of this greatest generation live in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. They're in their small apartments and the homes they built so long ago with their own hands. They are the ones most threatened by this disease. They fought for us all those years ago, and today we fight for them. We will show ourselves to be worthy of this magnificent country they built, and for them and for their grandchildren, we will endure, we will persevere, and we will prevail. Merci.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is perhaps very fitting that we are meeting here on this day, Holy Saturday, the day between the sadness of Good Friday, the day Christ suffered and died for our sins, and Easter Sunday, the day he rose and conquered death. For we are clearly in the middle of great hardship and suffering, but we have every reason to look ahead with hope and towards the end of the health crisis we are currently facing. Our hope is founded on the ingenuity and resilience of humanity and strengthened by the examples of previous threats which we have all overcome. Mr. Speaker, the past month has tested Canadians. We've been told to stay at home, away from family and friends. Birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, religious gatherings have looked different this year. We've relied on Skype or FaceTime to stay connected instead of family dinners, church services, or weekend gatherings. Stores and restaurants have been told to close their doors. And as a result, almost 6 million Canadians have lost their jobs. And the businesses that are still open are worried about how they are going to hang on. Malgré tous nos efforts, plus de 22 000 Canadiens sont tombés malades. Et malheureusement, plus de 600 sont décédés. Nos pensées et nos prières sont avec tous ceux qui ont perdu une proche. Au cours des jours et des semaines à venir, nos actions seront plus importantes que jamais. Maintenant que le gouvernement a présenté ses projections, nous savons ce qui nous attend. Nous devons continuer à suivre les directives de santé publique et nous devons unir nos efforts en tant que pays. On behalf of the official opposition, I want to acknowledge all of the Canadians who are going above and beyond during these unprecedented times. To the nurses, the doctors, the truck drivers, the grocery store workers, cleaners, pharmacists, farmers, and other essential workers, we say thank you. To the parents juggling schoolwork and their own jobs, we say thank you. I've always had respect for the teachers that have influenced my life, Mr. Speaker, but after spending the last few weeks trying to keep my children up to date with their studies, I have a newfound respect and admiration for what they do each and every day of the school year. To the churches, synagogues, mosques, temples, gurdwaras, food banks, shelters, and other organizations helping Canadians during these difficult times, we also say thank you. And to the public servants working hard each and every day to make sure that Canadians get the help they urgently need, we say thank you. Les Canadiens ont des questions importantes sur la situation que nous vivons. Notre économie est arrêtée. Et alors que le gouvernement annonce des programmes, l'argent n'arrive toujours pas aux Canadiens et Canadiennes. Nous avons un déficit de 184 milliards de dollars. Des années de discipline vont être requises pour remettre l'économie canadienne sur pied. De nouveaux documents du gouvernement présentés au Comité de la santé montrent aussi une image inquiétante. New government documents released to the Health Committee also paint a concerning picture. As one reporter put it, quote, the documents show a government persistently downplaying the threat of coronavirus until it was too late. Other countries like South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan ramped up testing and secured medical equipment early on, which allowed them to flatten the curve quickly, preventing their economies from being completely shut down. We were told for weeks that the risk of COVID-19 to Canadians was low. We now ask why that risk assessment seemed to change overnight. Why did the government wait so long to impose travel restrictions? Why were travelers not originally screened? Why do we have a critical shortage of medical supplies? Why is it taking the government so long to sign contracts with companies that are offering to retool their facilities to provide much-needed medical equipment? Why are other countries further ahead of us when it comes to testing and tracing? These are some of the questions that Canadians have, and they deserve answers. And while we know that mistakes have been made in the past, Conservatives are focused on looking to the future, on how best to get Canada through this crisis, keep our citizens healthy, and get our economy back on track. The Prime Minister has said that we need to prepare for a second and perhaps a third wave. Canadians want to know how this government is preparing to get ahead of those waves. C'est pourquoi les conservateurs exigent des possibilités régulières de poser des questions au Premier ministre et au ministre à la Chambre des communes sur tous les aspects de la réponse du gouvernement à la COVID-19. Nous voulons aussi tenir des réunions hebdomadaires des comités parlementaires où les députés vont pouvoir présenter des motions, convoquer des témoins et interroger des ministres et de hauts responsables du gouvernement. Nous ne pouvons pas attendre que cette pandémie soit finie pour demander des comptes à ce gouvernement. Le Parlement a un rôle crucial à jouer en ce moment. Par le débat, la discussion et des questions régulières de l'opposition, nous allons obtenir des meilleurs résultats pour les Canadiens. Parliament has a vital role to play now. Through debate, discussion, and regular questions from the opposition, we will get better results for Canadians. Today's emergency legislation is a good example of this. When the government first announced a 10% wage subsidy, Conservatives and small business owners across this country raised concerns. Other countries were offering far more, and it was clear that 10% was just not going to cut it. So we pushed for a significant increase. A few days later, the wage subsidy was raised to 75%. Credit unions weren't originally allowed to deliver the $40,000 emergency interest-free loans. This left many business owners who use credit unions, especially those in rural locations, left in the lurch, making it harder for them to get the support they needed. We called on the government to make changes, and now credit unions can deliver these loans as well. The need to show a 30% revenue decrease to qualify for the wage subsidy meant too many new and seasonal businesses didn't qualify. We raised this concern, and now there is more flexibility. And this week, we rolled up our sleeves and worked with the government to ensure that businesses have the certainty they need to keep their employees on the payroll. Les conservateurs font partie d'Équipe Canada depuis le premier jour, offrant des solutions constructives pour améliorer la réponse du gouvernement à cette pandémie. Conservatives have been part of Team Canada since day one, offering constructive solutions to improve the government's response to this pandemic. But we know there's still more work to do. Conservatives have proposed meaningful solutions, such as rebating the GST to small businesses that have collected it in the last year to provide a much-needed cash injection. We've also suggested using loss of earnings, subscriptions, or orders as a way to ensure that more businesses qualify for this wage subsidy. And we've put forward ideas to help our energy and charitable sectors, like increasing the charitable donation tax credit. Nous voulons que le gouvernement commence à mettre nos solutions en pratique pour qu'aucun Canadien ne soit oublié. Voilà le travail d'Équipe Canada. We are optimistic that the government will listen to the ideas that we are putting forward to the benefit of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That will be a truly Team Canada approach. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais commencer en adressant des salutations respectueuses, d'abord bien sûr aux collègues dans cette Chambre, mais aussi des salutations toutes teintées de compassion. D'abord et avant tout, et entre tous et toutes, pour les aînés. Je ne peux pas m'imaginer le quotidien d'une personne âgée dans un des quelconques modèles de résidence tels qu'elles existent au Québec et au Canada. Isolés de leurs proches, exposés à une maladie qui, chez eux, pourrait s'avérer mortelle, sans même qu'ils ou elles n'aient vu leurs enfants et leurs petits-enfants une dernière fois. Il n'y a pas de limite à la tristesse d'une pareille situation. J'ai une pensée aussi pour les autres aînés, ceux qui ne sont pas directement ou autant exposés, qui voient la valeur de leur régime de retraite baisser, qui se voient quand même isolés, souvent dans des régions qui elles-mêmes sont relativement isolées, qui ne reçoivent pas leur famille, qui vivent dans d'autres régions. J'ai une pensée pour ces gens, et on y reviendra, c'est pas le sujet aujourd'hui. J'ai aussi transmis des recommandations, des suggestions au premier ministre pour leur venir en aide autant que faire se peut. J'ai une pensée pour les travailleurs et les travailleuses qui ne peuvent pas travailler et au secours desquels nous nous sommes rassemblés ici aujourd'hui. J'ai une pensée, et ça va vous paraître étrange pour les jeunes. Vous savez, la jeunesse, c'est la période la plus grégaire d'une vie. et on enferme nos jeunes dans des sous-sols où ils se disent qu'ils ne peuvent pas voir leurs amis autrement que par leur téléphone, à quelques exceptions près. Et aux parents qui doivent gérer cette impatience toute propre à la jeunesse. J'ai une pensée pour les gens qui, en théorie, pourraient avoir le choix, mais parce qu'ils en ont fait une vocation, se présentent jour après jour au travail dans le système de santé, exposés au-delà de tout ce qui peut paraître raisonnable. Mon plus grand respect à ces gens qui ne peuvent pas, comme nous, mettre 2 ou 3 mètres de distance entre eux pendant leur travail. J'ai une pensée pour les gens qui travaillent en transport, qui font des heures de fou dans des conditions incertaines, en se faisant souvent interdire l'accès aux simples outils le long du parcours pour aller prendre une douche ou manger, ne recevant pas le respect que leur détermination suggère. Les gens du secteur agricole qui ont des défis tout particuliers, je les salue aussi. Et je salue les collègues qui travaillent en collaboration, même si vous me permettrez de difficilement m'inscrire au sein d'Équipe Canada. Les dernières semaines ont démontré, et j'y tiens particulièrement, qu'on peut faire des gains par la collaboration. Nous avons, depuis le début de cette situation-là, offert, malgré la tentation parfois de marquer des points, une collaboration aussi franche et sincère que possible. Aujourd'hui, nous allons adopter une loi. Bien sûr, il y aura des gens en cette Chambre pour dire que lorsque l'été va arriver, c'est grâce à eux. Moi, je pense qu'on doit aujourd'hui, on va mettre ça de côté, là. Puis on va dire que ce sera grâce à une forme de nous qui regroupe 338 personnes choisies par 36 millions de personnes et du Québec, 78 choisies par 8,5. Nos petites et moyennes entreprises qui sont au cœur du tissu économique du Québec vont avoir un outil crucial là-dedans. Je le prends quand même sous l'angle des travailleurs. D'une part, parce que cette loi va protéger le pouvoir d'achat, au-delà de ce que ferait l'assurance-emploi, au bénéfice des travailleurs, et étant en soi une forme de soutien à l'économie. Parce qu'à la base même, les milliards de dollars que le gouvernement canadien va investir auprès des gens et des entreprises, c'est notamment pour protéger ses propres revenus futurs, revenus de taxation, revenus d'impôt. Et c'est sage et c'est nécessaire de le faire. Et je me permets de souligner, on le prendra chacun à sa façon, que c'est une démonstration que l'histoire ne nous permettra plus d'oublier du rôle crucial et essentiel de l'État dans l'économie, de la légitimité d'intervention de l'État dans l'économie, que moins d'État, ma foi, c'est peut-être loin d'être mieux. Les familles de ces travailleurs-là vont trouver une sécurité. Les parents de ces travailleurs-là vont trouver une sécurité. Et vous savez, si c'est la recherche et la science qui vont trouver le remède au virus, contre le virus, c'est le sentiment de sécurité qui est leur remède contre l'anxiété, contre l'angoisse, contre l'inquiétude, contre la peur que notre avenir ne soit sombre. Et c'est un des rôles fondamentaux de cette loi. Il y a eu des collaborations auxquelles on est content d'avoir participé, puis je ne me permettrai pas autre chose que de dire que nous ne revendiquons pas la parentalité de telle ou telle mesure, mais qu'elle n'aurait peut-être pas existé sans notre participation. On aura cette humilité. Les entreprises en démarrage, le ministre des Finances a bien voulu prendre ça en considération. Plusieurs personnes l'avaient soulevé. Les entreprises à forte croissance avaient un risque particulier, ça a été abordé. Les entreprises de l'économie sociale pour lesquelles j'ai une affection particulière qui ont été reconnues à l'intérieur des programmes. Et beaucoup, je suis content qu'il y ait cet élément-là dans la motion, de faire en sorte que les petites et moyennes entreprises ne doivent pas remplacer l'entièreté d'un revenu qui est perdu et qui ne reviendra pas par une dette, laquelle dette ajouterait à la charge de ces entreprises-là au moment où elles devront faire l'effort de redémarrer. Donc, le gouvernement met en place une mesure qui permettra de donner un soutien non remboursable à de petites et moyennes entreprises de partout au Canada et au Québec. C'est quelque chose qui me tenait particulièrement à cœur et je suis sincèrement reconnaissant que le gouvernement ait bien voulu l'entrer dans la réflexion. Je pense que c'est comme ça qu'on fait des gains. Je me permets d'appeler ça la collaboration vigilante. Collaboration en ceci que je pense que les Québécois et les Canadiens attendent de nous, qu'on travaille ensemble dans le sens de leurs meilleurs intérêts. Mais bien sûr qu'on est dans une démocratie où, en particulier lors du dernier choix des Canadiennes, des Canadiens et des Québécois, où on surveille un peu. C'est dans l'ordre des choses. Il faut se donner des outils pour faire ça et je sais que ça fait partie de la réflexion. Alors, je crois qu'il y a de bons éléments là-dedans. Un qui n'y est pas encore assez, puis je veux y revenir maintenant, pour qu'on commence tout de suite la réflexion. Vous savez, nous allons défaire ce virus, comme d'autres avant, et peut-être davantage d'autres après, si on n'oublie pas dans l'exercice la science et la recherche. Il y a des centres de recherche qui, pour l'instant, ne se qualifient pas aux différentes mesures, puis qui voient leur personnel être sollicités ailleurs parce qu'ils ne sont pas capables d'avoir le même attrait pour garder ce personnel-là. Il faut qu'on se penche sur la recherche. Il faut qu'à chaque fois qu'on lit l'article de journal spectaculaire, on ait l'honnêteté intellectuelle d'aller lire un article scientifique, d'aller voir comment ça marche, qu'est-ce qui se passe, qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire, qu'est-ce qui a été fait ailleurs. Il faut que nos gens qui font de la science et de la recherche, moi j'ai pu parler aux gens de la science au Québec cette semaine, soient solidement soutenus. Quelques mots sur la prestation canadienne d'urgence, une initiative qui est un peu, mais moins qu'on l'aurait craint, victime de sa popularité. On est très heureux qu'il y ait des proverbiales craques qui aient été rendues étanches pour les pompiers volontaires, pour la partie droit d'auteur des artistes, pour plusieurs éléments de ce type-là et dont les gens qui se donnaient des dividendes dans de toutes petites entreprises. Ce sont des améliorations qui, après des revendications, non pas faites par un parti politique ou par l'autre qui est plus beau puis plus fin, mais par le monde, le vrai monde, qui nous écrivait dans nos bureaux de circonscription puis dans les réseaux sociaux puis qui disait « Qu'est-ce que vous faites avec nous autres? » Des discussions correctes ont amené des solutions. Vous savez, on a aussi des discussions sur la notion de parlement virtuel, mais le parlement virtuel ne sera pas moins réel. On n'est pas obligé d'être physiquement assis sur des banquettes en velours vert pour avoir des échanges. On peut faire ça chacun chez soi, avec une uniformisation du fond puis des machins comme ça, mais quand même, on peut le faire. Je comprends que les votes doivent se prendre ici. Je comprends qu'il faudra régulariser quelque chose, parce que les règles sacro-saintes ne peuvent pas être changées comme ça. Mais nous demeurons en faveur, pour en avoir parlé pendant longtemps, et il y a longtemps, d'une forme de parlement virtuel. Malheureusement, puis je le fais encore avec un esprit d'ouverture, puis il n'est pas trop tard. Nous sommes intervenus il y a assez longtemps sur l'enjeu de l'accueil des gens qui arrivent de l'étranger, de différentes façons, aux frontières du Canada et du Québec. Je suis obligé, Monsieur le Président, de souligner que j'ai une vive inquiétude face au fait, après tout ce qu'on a fait, après tout ce qu'on a dit, après la connaissance que nous avons du pourcentage des cas du coronavirus qui sont arrivés de l'étranger, comme ça pourrait se produire, et j'insiste, avec le plus grand respect, la plus grande affection et le plus grand sentiment de bienvenue à l'endroit de ces gens-là, je m'inquiète gravement que 159 travailleurs mexicains qui n'ont ni eu le test de la COVID-19 au Mexique, ni été placés en quarantaine au Mexique, aient pris l'avion, soient atterris à Dorval ce matin, n'ont pas subi de test de la COVID-19 sous l'autorité de Douane Canada et n'ont pas été mis en quarantaine dans une des milliers de chambres d'hôtel qui est autour de l'aéroport et ont été confiés à une organisation qui les amène dans les régions du Québec, dans ce cas-ci, du côté nord et du côté sud de Montréal. Connaissant les caractéristiques de ce virus, ayant des statistiques qui disent qu'entre le quart et la moitié des gens qui le portent n'ont pas de symptômes, connaissant le fait qu'un test pour quelqu'un qui n'a pas de symptômes pourrait s'avérer inutile, est-ce qu'on ne prend pas un risque qu'on pourrait assez aisément contenir? Nous avons communiqué avec le gouvernement privément à plusieurs reprises à cet égard-là. Je le refais encore en tout respect pour les institutions, pour les gens. J'en appelle à l'ouverture d'esprit. Je répète et je dis que si le gouvernement peut mettre les dizaines et les dizaines de milliards qu'on vient de voir, quelques dizaines de millions, c'est ce dont il s'agit, peuvent être investis pour donner encore une fois le sentiment de sécurité aux communautés rurales du Québec et du Canada, en assurant que l'arrivée des travailleurs étrangers soit assujettie à une mise en quarantaine, un test de la COVID-19. C'est la meilleure manière de rendre service aux pays d'origine, aux travailleurs, aux exploitants agricoles qui n'ont pas cette expertise, qui ne peuvent pas recevoir plusieurs travailleurs étrangers chez eux en disant « je vais te faire une place dans le sous-sol pour faire une quarantaine ». Ça ne peut pas convenir. C'est le devoir solennel de l'État. Puis c'est les douanes canadiennes qui ne peuvent pas relever du Québec ou des autres provinces. Je nous invite donc, outre les 159 qui sont déjà partis, qui pourront être testés de différentes façons, je nous invite à annoncer très vite des mesures de confinement à l'arrivée et de tests de la COVID-19 pour que ces gens-là soient aussi bien accueillis au Québec et au Canada qu'ils le méritent et qu'ils aient cette contribution au bénéfice de notre économie. Comme j'ai dit, M. le Président, en terminant, nous pensons en termes de collaboration vigilante. Dans ce cas-ci, notre collaboration est de nouveau acquise. C'est une demande, ce n'est pas un reproche que je formule, parce que nous avons le devoir de rester vigilants, les uns envers les autres, parce qu'on invente à chaque jour les mesures pour régler les problèmes tout nouveaux qui se manifestent à chaque jour. Merci, M. le Président.
Nous allons attendre une trentaine de secondes. Nous avons des changements techniques prendre place. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last month, our world has changed dramatically. On Thursday, we learned that 1 million Canadians have lost their jobs. Now, this is not just a statistic. These are families that are now struggling to put food on the table, to pay for rent, to make ends meet. The government has moved to respond to this crisis, but in many cases, it's been too slowly. In early March, we had two suggestions. One, that the government should send direct financial assistance to all Canadians. And two, that we need a 75% wage subsidy, at least at a minimum, to ensure that people can keep their jobs, and a subsidy that will support businesses in keeping workers on the payroll. Later today, we will be, and we've already supported the unanimous consent motion, but we'll be supporting the legislation to make this wage subsidy a reality. But I want to urge the government that while we're here in Ottawa, we should not leave here without knowing and without guaranteeing that all Canadians who need help get that help. La prestation canadienne d'urgence ne couvre tout simplement pas tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes qui ont besoin de cette aide. Trop nombreux sont ceux et celles qui risquent de tomber dans les cracks. Trop nombreux sont ceux et celles qui risquent de tomber dans les cracks. I think of some of the stories that I've heard over the past weeks about the people who desperately need help but are unable to access that help because they don't meet all the criteria. I think about people working multiple jobs to make ends meet who've lost most of their hours of work and don't know how they're going to pay for groceries. They should be applying for help. I think about the freelance and contract workers who have lost most of their income and are maxing out their credit cards to pay their bills. they should be applying for help. I think about students who depend upon summer jobs to pay the rent, some who work to support their families. Now they have no jobs to apply for. They should be applying for help. Artists, self-employed, people who are just on the margins. In fact, there's so many examples, and that's the problem. For the last several days, New Democrats have been working with the government to fix the gaps, and that work is reflected in the motion that we've heard and in the work that will be done. I want to thank the Prime Minister and other members of government for the constructive way they've worked with us. But we're not done yet. The current system discourages people who need help from applying because they still have some income or they don't meet all the criteria. Yesterday, the minister confirmed that everyone who applies for the CERB will get it. So I asked the Prime Minister today, announce that all the criteria will be dropped and simply tell people, if you need help, apply for it and you'll get it. Let's keep it simple and let's make sure that everyone who needs help knows that they can apply for that help and that they will receive it. The only way we can get through this crisis is if we take care of each other. We are all connected. And we won't stop fighting until every Canadian gets the help they need, period. There have been heroes in this crisis in fighting COVID-19, and I want to also acknowledge those frontline workers who are keeping us fed, those who are keeping us healthy. It's saddening that they don't have the equipment they need to protect themselves and prevent the risk of infecting their families. I specifically want to mention healthcare workers who are often sleeping in their cars or sleeping in tents to prevent the spread of infection or the risk of infection to their families. We have to do better. We have to ensure that all workers have the protective equipment that they need to stay safe. During this crisis, I also believe it's important to make very clear that there is no room for companies profiting off the desperation of people. Credit card companies and others charging double-digit interest rates need to be stopped. And we need to use all our powers at the federal level to make sure that happens. Banks are continuing to charge interest, leaving people worse off with the mortgage deferral. And in fact, they are profiting off of this crisis. The finance minister, I know, has spoken with the banks, but clearly speaking nicely hasn't worked. Banks are regulated expressly by the federal government. The Liberal government has to be prepared to use the powers we have to enforce pausing interest, putting a brake on that. And in fact, what we also need to do is to put a pause on mortgages so that we can work with provinces to put a pause on rent. This should also apply for commercial rent, which would significantly help out small and medium-sized businesses. I know that in the coming weeks, we're going to start to talk about what a recovery would look like, how people will get back to work. And as we design this stimulus, I urge the Liberal government to not make the same mistakes of the past. Every public dollar that we spend must go to workers, not to CEOs. Executive bonuses and share buybacks, protecting shareholder profits, do not sustain or create jobs. Nous pouvons stimuler l'économie et faire les choses qui peuvent transformer notre nation et lutter contre la crise climatique. Construire des logements, investir dans le transport public, faciliter l'utilisation des énergies renouvelables par les Canadiens et Canadiennes, rendre nos maisons et nos bâtiments aussi efficaces que possible sur le plan énergétique, investir dans des services de garde d'enfants que toutes les familles peuvent se permettre et qui donnent à nos enfants l'éducation de haute qualité qu'ils se méritent. I also want to talk about Indigenous communities specifically. Over the last month, I've spoken with leaders across the country, Indigenous community leaders who've expressed very grave concerns around the lack of capacity for their communities to deal with a COVID-19 outbreak. These are communities as a result of historic and ongoing injustice that are without basic infrastructure, where washing one's hands with clean water is not often possible, where overcrowding and the lack of quality housing means physically distancing is also not a reality, where access to healthcare is severely limited to the point that the nearest ventilator for many communities is a flight away. I know the government has put some money on the table, but I've heard two specific concerns. One, that money is insufficient, and two, many Indigenous communities are finding it difficult to access that money. Historic neglect and racism has put Indigenous lives at greater risk of this virus. We have to do better, particularly the fact that in the coming weeks, many of these communities will face flooding, and this summer they'll face forest fires. So we need a clear plan for safe evacuation of these communities and a clear strategy to ensure that these communities have the resources they need to respond to COVID-19. Indigenous lives matter, and we need to make sure we're prepared. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the decisions. Mr. Speaker, I believe the decisions we make in the next weeks and months will be some of the most important of our lives. Some of the most important that any Canadian government has been faced with. Nous croyons en la solidarité. Nous croyons en l'entraide. We hear a lot of people talking about when will things return to normal. But I believe we need to do far better than normal. Normal is workers not having paid sick leave. Normal is families struggling on a minimum wage. Normal is people who are essential to our health and safety not getting paid enough to live. Normal is a public healthcare system that has been starved of funding. Normal is a society that is neither fair nor resilient. We can't ever go back to normal. Canadians are showing their compassion. They're showing their desire to care for one another. We should demand that of our government as well. We should demand that this liberal government embrace those same values. Let's not return to the old normal. Let's build a new normal where we take better care of each other, where we have a strong social safety net that lifts us all up together. Let's build a Canada that is fair and resilient. Canadians are counting on us. They're counting us to learn from this crisis, to build a better Canada for all of us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux commencer au début pour je veux reconnaître que nous sommes sur le territoire traditionnel des peuples algonquins. We are here on traditional, unceded Algonquin territory, and I thank them for hospitality and generosity. Miigwech. I also want to start by saying a large thank you. Merci à tous mes collègues pour l'occasion pour moi de prendre la parole sur cette journée tellement importante parce que c'est avec un accord unanime, consensus. Merci mille fois. It really means a lot to me that the Green Party is recognized in this place and allowed to speak as we gather in these entirely unprecedented times. I was moved by the Prime Minister's remarks in reminding us of Vimy. I hadn't planned to speak about Vimy, but April 9th this year, and I noticed my husband very depressed, he's sort of wandering about, and I said, what is, I'm thinking of my grandfather, who was machine gunned on Vimy, April 9th. 1917. His grandfather survived, otherwise I wouldn't be married to my husband, I suppose. But his grandfather, John Owen Wilson, survived, got back to British Columbia, and ended up as Chief Justice of the British Columbia Supreme Court. But the sacrifices of Vimy are not forgotten. The courage and solidarity of previous generations is not forgotten. I've thought in recent times that being a boomer and 1954 baby, I'm one of the last of a generation that remembers a time of the kind of solidarity and sacrifice, not that I lived through the war or the Depression, but my parents did. And so the family stories become part of who you are. They're in your bones. The notion that government steps up, that government is on your side. And I think through years of neoliberalism, we've gotten this idea that government's kind of in our way, picking our pocket. I'm really relieved that in some ways, this solidarity, the social solidarity that we will have coming out of this pandemic will allow us to see, yeah, I'm part of my government. My democracy works for me. I hope that can be a lasting lesson. We are here together in a way that I want to acknowledge with deep gratitude. Is Parliament working well even when we're at a distance? I want to thank Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and so many different ministers for the openness to hear opposition ideas and concerns. If I could share with Canadians what the last couple of weeks have felt like, working from home nonstop, 24/7. A lot of Canadians wouldn't imagine that every single day, 1:30 BC time, 4:30 in Ottawa, every day, including Saturdays and Sundays, we have an opportunity to ask anything. Now, in my mind, this is how the ideas have been working. It's quite true that a lot of the things we wanted weren't in the first bill in C-13. It's quite true that Greens, like others, said it shouldn't be a 10% wage subsidy. It should be 75%. We made that case, and individual examples came forward. It feels to me as though through those daily question and answer sessions, and I know not every single day do all of us get our questions in. Some of us, the member for Carleton does well. I do pretty well. Push *1 and go for it. We do our best to get our questions out there. But in my head, this is how it's been working. We raise a question. We say something like, what happens right now? Bishop McMenemy has just contacted me, and the Anglican Church on Vancouver Island has separate churches, and they all have their own CRA number, but there's only one employer. So the 30% wage, 30% revenue deduction, 30% reduction in revenue compared to some other reference period doesn't work at all in this circumstance. Then today, I look at the most recent version of the bill. Entity is redefined. It now covers that specific weird example of the Anglican diocese and an issue raised to me by Bishop McMenemy. There may have been many other MPs who asked a question that stumped the Finance Canada senior officials that were on the telephone with us every single day. But when I see that in the bill, I think, oh, my question not only was a question, it flagged an issue. And this is what I hear from ministers. Keep sending us the specific concerns that you see. Keep telling us where the gaps are. Because the MPs on the ground right across Canada are the eyes and ears on the front line, able to say, nothing you've got in place right now, with all due respect, is working for small business. I'm terrified that a lot of very small businesses, seasonal businesses, restaurants and so on, are going to go under even with the wage subsidies. But then I pick up today's unanimous consent motion. Well, I saw it before coming here, and I'm very relieved to see that it calls for the government to implement short-term support measures for small and medium-sized enterprises to be partially refundable, primary objective, maintaining jobs, reducing the debt related to fixed costs. That's what I keep hearing for small business. They can't afford to pay the rent. The wage subsidy doesn't help them. So what I'm seeing here is not to be just a Pollyanna about our circumstances. But I do want to say that it means a lot to me that when we've come forward as individual MPs, opposition and Liberal, and said, look, what's happening doesn't work. There's too many people, students, people in the gig economy. They're not covered by CERB. What are we going to do? Today's unanimous consent motion says we implement measures without delay. I think without delay would actually meet what the member for Burnaby South said, and right now today we say everybody applies. But that language suggests not that the government is saying, we've gotten this perfect, go away. What I hear from minister after minister is, we're learning. We're working as hard as we can. I want to say that I do know that the Minister of Global Affairs and his parliamentary secretary have been available to me pretty much 24/7 for about the 50 or so constituents that I've so far worked to help get home. And I've still got about a dozen that I'm working on. And the parliamentary secretary knows well that I have someone stranded in Vanuatu. But there's a real sense of all hands on deck. And I want Canadians to know that. I want them to know that a spirit of nonpartisanship, of we are Team Canada, we're all in it together. Nothing exemplifies that for me more than the newfound best friend relationship between the Premier of Ontario and the Deputy Prime Minister. I think this shows stepping up to a circumstance where we're all at risk. We're thinking about being surrounded by death. We're thinking about wearing our masks. I've got Lysol wipes here below my desk. We are constantly vigilant. But we're also working together because we're Canadians. This must not be a moment that divides us. We must remember this and work differently in future. Yes, I want to press for guaranteed livable income. We will keep doing that. Yes, I want to press that we will, in this place and before too long, see new climate targets that meet the imperative of a looming disaster far greater than COVID-19. Threatens to kill more people and wipe out civilization. It can't be postponed. But right now, what I want to say is a deep thank you for the spirit of collaboration. The Prime Minister spoke of the fact that this time, of course, is a season of many religious observances. It is Passover. Happy Passover to my Jewish friends and family. It is also coming up soon to Vaisakhi. And within a few weeks, it'll be Ramadan to my Islamic friends, a period of fasting and reflection. I'm just finishing Lent, a period of fasting and reflection. And it speaks to the unprecedented nature of the crisis that we're in, that as far as I've been able to determine through research from home and looking through every bit of constitutional and parliamentary history I can find, the Parliament of Canada has never before sat on Easter Saturday. Good Friday, particularly in previous generations, was held sacred. The idea of meeting on Easter weekend would have been impossible to imagine. But here we are. And why? In about, looking at the clock, I think, in about 10 hours, it will be dawn in Jerusalem. And the first morning light of that sunrise will strike the walls of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. It's built on the spot where we are told the original cave was, in which the body of Jesus Christ was wrapped and placed in the tomb, the rock rolled in front of it, and that approximately 10 hours from now at dawn will be that remembrance of our stories, of our tradition, our faith, the most significant day, the most profound and important day of a Christian calendar, the resurrection of Christ, that the stone was rolled back and that those who loved him, Mary and others, came and thought the body had been stolen, and the angels came to them, and then Jesus, disguised as a gardener, came to them and said, "No, he is risen." Now, in this time when we are surrounded by death and we are worried about our mortality and those of the people we love, we can think of the things that are most important. And after this is over, we'll recognize, yes, we can survive. We can break the bonds of death. We can have faith in each other. We can invest ourselves in love for each other and our communities. We can remember what really matters. And right now, as I watch my grandkids on Zoom family chats, what would I give for a hug? I would love to think about our lives as transformed by this in ways that are profound, as we recognize that for the first time in my life, governments all around the world have decided without a hesitation, life is more important than money. We have deliberately and voluntarily shut down our economies to save lives. We have deliberately and voluntarily created for ourselves as lawmakers and as policymakers the challenge of an economic recovery because we didn't hesitate to know that saving life is more important than money. And when this is all over, and please God, it's over with a minimum loss of life in Canada and all around the world, particularly worried for those countries that lack basic health care. We mustn't forget our obligations to the poorest of the poor, just as we don't forget Indigenous peoples in Canada, just as we don't forget those who are most marginalized, homeless. But when we get through this together, let's remember that in this pandemic, we discovered what really matters.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté plus tôt aujourd'hui, la Chambre se forme maintenant en comité plénier pour examiner des questions reliées à la pandémie de la COVID-19. Avant d'entamer le débat, j'aimerais rappeler aux honorables députés la manière dont les délibérations se déroulent pour les 2 prochaines heures. Pursuant to order made earlier today, during the proceeding of the committee, no member will be recognized for more than 5 minutes, which may be used for posing questions to a minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary acting on behalf of the minister, and members are permitted to split their time with 1 or more members by so indicating to the chair. The debate will end 2 hours or when no members rise to speak. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer le débat.
Alors, l'honorable chef d'opposition.
On March 12th, I asked if the government had secured a supplier to provide additional ventilators. The Deputy Prime Minister told this House that they were already, quote, leading a bulk national procurement effort to ensure Canadians have the necessary medical equipment. So can the Prime Minister please update this House as to how many ventilators he has secured and on what date they will reach Canadian hospitals?
Très honorable Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, as we know, there is a worldwide demand for personal protective equipment and ventilators that is through the roof. We have therefore both reached out to suppliers of medical products that Canada has long worked with around the world, as well as seen unprecedented efforts by Canadian industry to deliver ventilators that will be made in Canada. I can assure people that the approach is working. We are seeing production of ventilators in Canada begin. It will be still a few weeks before they are able to arrive. And in the meantime, we continue to work to procure them from around the world.
Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on March 25th, the Finance Minister told the Senate that help for the energy sector was coming within, quote, hours or days and not weeks. It has now been 2.5 weeks since that date with no announcement. Reports are circulating that a proposal did in fact go to Cabinet, but that it was rejected. So is it the Prime Minister's position that there will in fact be no help for Canada's energy sector and the tens of thousands of Canadians that it employs?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
We recognize the triple challenges faced by workers in the energy sector right now that has been extraordinarily difficult for people in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador. The low oil prices have long been a challenge. On top of that, the COVID crisis on economic terms has led to a lowering of demand for oil as people don't travel nearly as much as normal. And at the same time, the health crisis has let people into isolation and remaining to stay home, and families across the country are suffering from this, but particularly those in Alberta in the oil sector. That is why we moved quickly on 2 measures to help as many people as we could across the country: the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the wage subsidy at 75%. There will be more coming for the oil sector as we develop sectoral solutions.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
He left out the quadruple challenge, Mr. Speaker, and that was his government's cancelling of projects. And remember, it was his finance minister that promised it was coming in days, not weeks. People who are suffering because of this crisis are suffering in real time and cannot afford to wait longer. Mr. Speaker, documents now reveal that in early January, military intelligence began producing detailed technical reports about the outbreak of the deadly coronavirus in Wuhan, China. A yes or no question. Did the Prime Minister see these reports? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as members of the Five Eyes, we were privy to significant military and intelligence reports on the status of things happening around the world. There were enough flags for us to convene an incident response group at the end of January. We also began increasing screening at major airports and limiting flights from Wuhan.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, these are very simple yes or no questions. Was this information from the military intelligence report shared with the Public Health Agency of Canada, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
From the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we worked with all agencies to ensure that relevant information was shared across departments. We needed to make the best possible decisions based on recommendations from scientists, from health researchers, from international allies, and that's what we did.
The Opposition Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's wage subsidy that we will be debating throughout the day today is a lifeline to those companies who can still afford to pay any wages at all. There remains a significant number of businesses across the country who are receiving no revenue, who aren't able to subsidize, to pay any wages at all because they've had their doors closed for almost a month now. The Conservatives have put forward the idea of rebating the GST to allow those small businesses that have no revenue at all to pay some of their bills, to pay their rents, so they can stay open when this crisis is over, so they can reopen when this crisis is over. Will the Prime Minister consider this proposal to ensure that there are jobs for Canadians to go back to at the end of this pandemic?
Premier Ministre.
As has been highlighted by a number of people in this House, we are extremely pleased with the level of collaboration, of input from all parliamentarians and all parties as we look to ensure that we're helping Canadians as much as possible in this situation. We've moved forward on a wage subsidy. We've moved forward on a Canada Emergency Response Benefit. We've moved forward on low-interest loans, of which 25%, $10,000, will be forgivable for small businesses. We recognize there's more to do, and we look forward to continuing to work with all parliamentarians to make sure we're helping Canadians in the right way.
La députée de Beloeil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, bonjour. Conformément à ce que je disais un peu plus tôt, nous avons des inquiétudes par rapport à la santé, à la sécurité, à l'innocuité de la présence de gens qui sont très bienvenus au Québec, qui sont les travailleurs étrangers temporaires. Je pense que nous devons à la population et à ces gens et à nos entrepreneurs agricoles un niveau de sécurité adéquat. Ma question pour le Premier ministre, est-ce qu'on peut commencer dès les prochaines heures et avant l'arrivée des prochains contingents à l'aéroport de Dorval à mettre en place des mesures qui permettront que les gens qui seront envoyés sur le territoire par les services douaniers canadiens auront traversé une quarantaine et auront été testés pour le COVID-19 dans le meilleur intérêt de tout le monde.
Honorable Premier ministre.
Nous reconnaissons que notre obligation première, c'est d'assurer la santé et la sécurité de tous les Canadiens. Et donc, le contrôle de gens qui arrivent dans dehors de nos frontières est essentiel. Nous savons aussi à quel point c'est important d'assurer la sécurité alimentaire et les chaînes d'approvisionnement pour nos denrées alimentaires à travers le pays. Et les travailleurs étrangers temporaires ont un rôle important à jouer. Mais nous avons amené des règles strictes par rapport à la quarantaine, que les travailleurs étrangers qui arrivent au Canada doivent être isolés pendant 14 jours de façon adéquate pour s'assurer qu'ils n'amènent pas la COVID-19 avec eux. Nous allons continuer de travailler avec tous les parlementaires et avec toutes les différentes autorités pour s'assurer que ces règles sont toujours suivies.
La députée de Beloeil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, il est possible que les règles ne soient pas adéquates. Il est possible qu'une entreprise agricole dont ce n'est assurément pas la fonction ne puisse pas assurer le type de quarantaine que ça requiert. Il est possible que l'identification de symptômes ne soit pas aussi efficace sur une entreprise agricole que lorsque c'est soumis à la supervision d'experts de la santé publique. Il est possible que ça ne puisse pas relever de l'État québécois de prendre des gens qui sont relâchés par les services douaniers canadiens et de prendre à la place du gouvernement canadien la responsabilité du gouvernement canadien. Encore une fois, compte tenu de l'ensemble des coûts, je pense qu'on est capable de considérer, et je m'offre à participer activement dès les prochaines heures à quelque chose là-dessus. Est-ce qu'on peut ouvrir une conversation sur ça, le premier ministre et nous, et avec quiconque voudra participer dans les prochaines heures?
Très honorable Premier ministre.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je partage beaucoup des préoccupations qu'a énuméré le député de Belleuil-Chambly et nous allons travailler ensemble pour s'assurer que pendant qu'on répond aux besoins de nos agriculteurs et notre chaîne d'approvisionnement, on a la capacité et la certitude de garder les Canadiens en sécurité et de limiter l'expansion possible de la COVID-19. J'ai bien hâte de continuer à travailler avec non seulement les provinces, non seulement le secteur agricole, mais les autres parlementaires et partis d'opposition aussi.
Un député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président, dans un complètement autre ordre d'idées, certains seront peut-être surpris. Je crois en effet que le gouvernement canadien doit contribuer à restaurer les emplois tels qu'ils étaient auparavant dans le secteur pétrolier de l'Alberta et de l'Ouest canadien. Je ne crois pas qu'on doive demander à ces gens-là de tout sacrifier de leur modèle économique. Je pense par contre que tout projet futur, toute expansion du secteur énergétique devrait passer par la transition des ressources financières qui y auraient été consacrées au premier chef Trans Mountain vers des secteurs énergétiques renouvelables, en particulier, encore une fois, dans l'Ouest canadien, qui auront des besoins particuliers. Est-ce qu'on peut prendre la situation actuelle, restaurer le statu quo ante pour les travailleurs de l'industrie pétrolière, mais que la suite soit orientée vers les énergies renouvelables?
Très honorable Premier ministre.
Je remercie l'honorable député pour sa perspective que je reconnais est importante. Nous avons besoin d'appuyer les travailleurs et les familles dans situations difficiles, y compris dans tous les secteurs à travers le pays, y compris le secteur gaz et pétrole. Mais nous reconnaissons aussi que nous sommes dans une lutte contre les changements climatiques et nous devons trouver des façons de créer des bons emplois pour ces gens en Alberta et ailleurs qui vont pouvoir durer pour les années à venir, pour les générations à venir. C'est pour ça que c'est une réflexion que nous continuons d'avoir avec le gouvernement d'Alberta et avec des experts à travers le monde pour s'assurer que le Canada et l'Alberta fassent partie de cette transition vers un meilleur avenir pour tous.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just raise again the concern. We've heard stories that represent some of the millions of Canadians that are right now falling through the cracks who cannot access the CERB. We've heard of people who've got multiple jobs, who've lost a lot of that work but still get some income, freelance and contract workers, artists, self-employed. While the government has committed, and I'm encouraged by that, to fixing those gaps, will the Prime Minister just today stand up and say that if anyone needs help, they should just apply while the government is fixing the gaps in the system, but people who need help should just apply right now?
Honourable Prime Minister.
The immediate urgency in this situation was making sure that people across the country who were reliant on paychecks to be able to pay their groceries and pay their rent, paychecks that suddenly disappeared because of COVID-19, get money quickly. That's what we did with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, and I want to take a moment to thank the extraordinary public servants at Revenue Canada, but across ministries and departments who worked incredibly hard to create a model that would get money out quickly to millions of Canadians. We, of course, recognize there are gaps and are working with all parliamentarians to fill those gaps because people who need help should be getting it.
Member for Burnaby South.
Will the Prime Minister just say today really clearly that if you need help, you can apply right now for the CERB while the government fixes the gaps? But will the Prime Minister just say very clearly to all Canadians, if you need help, apply now while the government fixes the problems?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we created a program that is helping millions upon millions of Canadians who've lost their paychecks because of COVID-19. We've moved forward with another program that we're debating here today on wage subsidies for people so they can keep their jobs, keep their paychecks at 75% subsidy from the government. That will keep people linked to their employment. But we recognize there are other people in different situations who also need help. Students, seniors, part-time workers, essential workers who need extra help to keep in their jobs. And that is what we are focused on right now with tremendous collaboration from all parliamentarians.
Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, credit unions some of them have recently waived interest rates entirely. 0% interest rates is what they're charging on their credit cards, while banks are still charging astronomical interest rates. The 6 big banks in Canada, BMO, CIBC, National Bank, RBC, Scotiabank, and TD, reported more than $46.5 billion in profits last year. Will the government, will the Prime Minister, use the federal powers to force those banks to waive interest rates entirely during this crisis?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has been closely engaged with the banks over these past weeks. We've seen strong movement by the banks in terms of helping people who are particularly hard hit financially because of COVID-19. They've agreed to help us administer the small business loan. We know that there is more that the banks can do, and we've been working with banks and credit unions to make sure that they do more to recognize that the way we support Canadians through this situation will ensure that we come out of this situation in the best possible shape, all of us.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the 2008 financial crisis, we saw bailouts that effectively bailed out corporations who then took the money, left Canada, and left workers high and dry. Workers lost their jobs while those companies, those corporations took billions of dollars from Canada. Will the government ensure that we're going to prohibit any CEO bonuses and stock buybacks, and the companies that receive government subsidies or bailouts, that money goes towards workers, that with strings attached to keeping people employed, not enriching the corporation or the shareholders or the executives, but it goes with strings attached to workers directly?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges in crises past that had some of the impacts that the member opposite has talked about. That is why we made sure that the big measures we put forward are entirely focused on Canadians, on workers. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit helps people who've lost their job because of COVID-19. The wage subsidy makes sure that people are staying connected to their jobs, even though they can't get paid by their employer anymore, because the government will pay them up to 75% of their salary, so that when this is through, Canadians will still have connection to those jobs and our economy can get going again. Everything we've done has been focused first and foremost on Canadians and not on corporations as a nebulous entity.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you. Yes or no question. The military intelligence warned of the deadly coronavirus in a briefing to the government in early January. Yes or no, did the Prime Minister, his office, or any member of the Cabinet see these briefings? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada, as a member of the Five Eyes, as a member of NATO, as a member of NORAD, a close intelligence partner with all of those allies, very much including the United States, is privy to a great deal of intelligence. Of course, the global pandemic is an issue which has concerned our intelligence agencies and those of our partners, so we have been in close communication with them.
Well, member for Carleton.
Did any member of the Cabinet see that intelligence from our military, yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
As I have said, Mr. Speaker, our intelligence sharing is very important. Our intelligence sharing with our allies during this global pandemic, which poses particularly security challenges, has been, I would say, very energetic, and we continue to work with them.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Question was and is, did any member of the Cabinet see that military intelligence, yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, part of the basis on which we are able to work closely with our partners, including when it comes to sharing intelligence, is sharing with Canadians only what we are able to do.
Carlton. We know that the intelligence exists, and we know that the military warned the government of the dangers of the coronavirus in early January. After January 22nd, how many people did this government allow into Canada from the Hubei province, the province from which the virus originated? How many?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to border controls, our government is very aware of the importance of ensuring that people coming into the country today are subject to mandatory quarantine. That quarantine is being enforced. That includes Canadians and non-Canadians. As Canadians know as well, there are strict limits today on anyone who is not Canadian entering the country.
Member for Carleton.
How many people were allowed into Canada from Hubei province after this government received intelligence showing the danger of the coronavirus from our military?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we became aware that the coronavirus was indeed a threat and that there were a number of places around the world where we were receiving people who could have the contagion of the coronavirus. That is why at the border we were very clear about giving clear instructions about the need for self-isolation.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
After the government received intelligence from our military about the dangers of the coronavirus in China, it allowed 2,000 people from the Hubei province, the most affected province, to come into Canada. Were these 2,000 people quarantined? Yes or no?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I hope the member opposite knows, quarantine is a very specific legal term, and the measures of quarantine are currently in place. Prior to that obligatory quarantine being in place, incoming travelers, whether they were Canadian or not, were very clearly told to self-isolate.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Told to self-isolate but not required to self-isolate, and therefore this government allowed thousands of people into this country who came from the affected regions, even though there were briefings the government had explaining the danger of doing just that. On which date will the first wage subsidy be in the hands of a small business employer?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are obviously working as hard as we can to make sure that the wage subsidy gets into people's hands as rapidly as possible. With the passing of this legislation, organizations will be able to go to their banks to make it even faster. My expectation is it'll be within 2 to 4 weeks or so when we'll see that get into companies' hands.
Question, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
The United States has delivered 220,000 loans and wage subsidies to small business. The money has been in the hands of small business employers for weeks now south of the border. In Canada, the applications just opened for the $40,000 emergency business loans. How many small businesses have received cash in hand from those loans to date? How many?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the program and the approach we've taken is focused on people and ensuring that we get funds into their hands as rapidly as possible. We saw millions of Canadians, in excess of 3 million people, come on to the Canada Emergency Response Benefit this past week. We saw the opening of a loan opportunity with banks that started this past week as well for the more than 1 million small businesses. We're working as hard as we can to make sure we're supporting individuals and small businesses.
Nous allons juste prendre un moment pour changer l'opérateur pour l'audio. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Employment, will expectant parents who are no longer now meet their necessary hours to access full parental leave benefits due to COVID layoffs, will they be granted any assistance to ensure they can access those benefits?
Minister of Employment.
Thank you for your question. Mr. Speaker, we know, as the Prime Minister and others have mentioned, that the number one goal of getting out the CERB was to get it in the hands of as many Canadians as possible. We're working now to make sure that in the long run there isn't consequences in terms of EI eligibility, whether that be hours worked or number of weeks accumulated, doesn't negatively impact certain already vulnerable populations.
Member of Central Okanagan, Smilkameen, Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced earlier that the CRB would be changed to allow people to work and be eligible. This motion today calls on the government to make those changes. It is being stated here in both the House and in the media that the program is now open to those who work. Can the Minister please confirm that the CRB still requires no employment income and that these changes still have yet to be made? When will they be made, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Employment.
Well, extremely simple and straightforward. The eligibility criteria for the CERB are, in fact, legislated. You have to have earned more than $5,000 in income, you have to be resident in Canada, and you have to have stopped working for COVID reasons. We know that there are people earning very, very low amounts of money, and we have committed to creating a threshold under which Canadians can continue to earn income and access the CERB. We're working on that, and it will be decisions will be made on that shortly. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain whether or not legislative changes would be required to the CRB for this to come into effect?
Thank you for the question. In order to change the criteria to include groups of individuals who are not working but who have not stopped working for CERB, legislative changes would be required. In order to create a threshold of income under which individuals would remain eligible for the CERB, regulatory changes would be required.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the legislation that created the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, it has where someone must cease working due to COVID-19 to access the benefit. However, the Liberal MP from Malpeque has instructed seasonal workers and students who have lost their jobs just to apply anyway. Also, the Finance Minister's own Communications and Issues Manager has given contradictory direction to those who have not lost their jobs to consider applying anyway. Is this just confusion, or is the government instructing people to violate the law and apply when they're not eligible?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, a key cornerstone of this benefit is the quick way in which we can get it out, and we're relying very heavily on the honesty of Canadians to do that. There are integrity measures built into the front, namely the requirement for a social insurance number, and there are integrity measures built into the back. We are asking Canadians to honestly attest that they meet the eligibility criteria as I laid them out, and I would hope that no one is suggesting that Canadians do not honestly reply to these questions.
The Honourable Member.
Well, I do also hope that the government is suggesting that people follow the law. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm whether or not she has sought clarification as to when Parliament would have to be recalled for any legislation? We have members of Parliament that would like to know.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do not know at this point if legislative amendments will be required, so I think it would be premature to even speculate when the House would have to resume, if at all.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, speculation. I asked the Minister earlier about whether or not she would need to have legislative changes in order to be able to deliver what the Prime Minister said. She said that they would have to. Now, when we were last here, I asked the Minister of Employment if seasonal workers were included under the CRB. She said that they were. Now we know that they are not. Was she mistaken when she spoke, or that what the policy changed to exclude the seasonal workers, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
I'll first clarify my last answer, Mr. Speaker. If you want to change the law so that somebody who is not working because of CERB, then you need a legislative change. If you want to create a threshold of income under which somebody can still qualify for CERB, you need a regulatory change. So it's not apparent, given the unanimous consent motion today, that we will have to make legislative changes. With respect to seasonal workers, I apologize for any confusion I may have created in the past, but we are looking at and we have committed in this House today to ensure that seasonal workers will indeed be covered. Thank you.
One last short question, the Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we now know that anyone who applies for the CRB, regardless of eligibility, will get it. Now, is it the government's plan to conduct audits on millions of people to determine who got it and who shouldn't have? And what will be the consequences of defrauding the taxpayer?
La Ministre de l'Emploi.
Mr. Speaker, I am very hopeful and confident in the integrity and truthfulness of Canadians in this time of crisis. We have, as I mentioned, built-in integrity measures at the front. At the back end, based on social insurance numbers, we can track if someone receives the benefit and also receives a T4. We can track if someone receives the benefit and gets a second payment accidentally. There will be a certain amount of integrity measures, absolutely, in the weeks, months, and year to come. But quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there are Canadians out there in this time of need spending a lot of time trying to defraud the government.
L'honorable député de Montmagny, la Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup.
Monsieur le Président, merci. J'ai l'immense privilège d'être ici aujourd'hui pour défendre les gens de ma région de Montmagny, Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup, mais aussi tous les entrepreneurs du Québec. Étant moi-même un entrepreneur, je comprends leurs réalités et leurs inquiétudes. Les enjeux auxquels les créateurs d'emplois font face aujourd'hui durant cette crise, ainsi que la nouvelle réalité à laquelle ils devront face après la crise, suscitent de nombreuses questions partout au Canada. Suite à mes échanges avec bon nombre d'entre eux, je suis en mesure aujourd'hui de questionner le gouvernement sur l'efficacité des mesures. Je remercie, si vous me le permettez, mes employés, puis l'employé je pense, de tout l'ensemble des parlementaires ici qui ont fait un travail absolument extraordinaire dans les dernières semaines pour aider les Canadiens à se démêler dans tout ça. Et là, maintenant, j'ai des questions et j'aimerais évidemment aussi remercier les gens qui sont sur la première ligne de service à travers tout le Canada et dans mon comté pour servir la population. Maintenant, Monsieur le Président, dans mon comté, j'ai plusieurs cas de gens qui se retrouvent inadmissibles à la PCU parce qu'ils ont un travail à temps partiel, des pompiers volontaires, des élus municipaux qui risquent de perdre leurs 2 000 $ par mois parce qu'ils gagnent 150 ou 200 $. Le premier ministre s'est engagé lundi, le 6 avril, à corriger cette problématique en laissant flouer...
Je ne sais pas comment...
Excusez-moi. Alors, le premier ministre s'est engagé lundi, le 6 avril, à corriger cette problématique, laissant flouer l'idée de permettre aux gens de recevoir le PCU s'ils ont travaillé 10 heures par semaine. Est-ce le cas, oui ou non?
La ministre d'Emploi.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure this House that we are committed to finding a threshold under which Canadians can continue to work and receive the CERB. We are working out those details now, and I am grateful for the input of all parliamentarians to this effort. I can assure the member as well that honoraria, such as that received by an emergency responder firefighter, will indeed be either exempt or not counted as employment income to a certain threshold. But again, we're working out those details. And once again, as was mentioned before, I appreciate how much feedback we've got on these measures.
L'honorable député.
Monsieur le Président, au niveau des travailleurs saisonniers, bien des travailleurs saisonniers arrivent à leur fin de chômage. Et bien qu'ils voudraient travailler, l'emploi qui les attend au printemps ne sera malheureusement pas disponible dû à la COVID-19. Et ils n'ont pas été en mesure de travailler ou d'arrêter de travailler à cause de la COVID. Pouvez-vous nous dire si ces gens-là, comment ces gens-là devront survivre dans les prochaines semaines?
La ministre d'Emploi.
Monsieur le Président, je peux assurer ma collègue que nous travaillons très, très fort pour assurer que les travailleurs saisonniers vont avoir accès à la PCU. C'est les détails qu'on confirme maintenant, mais on a pris ces décisions. On va les inclure très prochainement.
Député. Monsieur le Président, je demande à la ministre à quel moment les travailleurs saisonniers seront admissibles et à quel moment ça sera annoncé.
La ministre.
Excuse-moi, Monsieur le Président, il y a un changement régulatoire. There's a regulatory change that needs to happen, and that would be under the first Emergency Act, have to be signed off by 3 of us, and we're working hard to make sure that happens quickly. Thank you.
Député. Au niveau de l'agriculture, Monsieur le Président, des producteurs laitiers sont obligés de vider leur lait dans les égouts parce que les restaurateurs et les institutions ne commandent plus parce qu'elles sont fermées pour la plupart. Les producteurs de porc seront peut-être obligés d'euthanasier des cochons parce que leurs transformateurs de viande n'ont pas la capacité de recevoir et de transformer tous ces carcasses animales avec les réductions du personnel dans le COVID-19 dans les abattoirs. Le gouvernement prévoit quoi exactement pour aider le monde agricole actuellement?
La ministre des Petites Entreprises.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And the measures that we have put forward is to exactly help that entrepreneur, that business, that farmer, making sure that they have the adequate funding through the small business loan is one way in which they can get that bridge funding to help them through this very difficult period. And we're going to continue to make sure that we are working with those farmers and indeed with all enterprises in this country.
L'honorable député. Au niveau des très petites entreprises, comment le gouvernement entend répondre aux très petites entreprises qui ont malheureusement moins de 50 000 de payroll, en fait, de masse salariale, comme les chiros, les coiffeurs, les coiffeuses, etc., les massothérapeutes, et j'en passe. Et aussi celles qui ont, je suis entrepreneur moi-même, je suis bien placé pour en parler, là. On a une masse salariale près de 1 million. On se qualifie, nous, mais il y en a d'autres que je connais très bien qui ne se qualifieront pas à cause que c'est en haut d'1 million ou tout près d'en haut d'1 million. Et ils ont besoin de ce 40 000 $-là, potentiellement, ce prêt-là. Comment le gouvernement entend répondre aux questions de ces entreprises-là, M. le Président?
La ministre des Petites Entreprises.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question. Small businesses, as we all know in this chamber, really do make up the backbone of the Canadian economy. Small and medium-sized businesses make up 99% of all our businesses in the country. And making sure that we are listening to and helping these businesses through this very difficult period is what we are here in this chamber to do and what we have been doing. So making sure that they are able to access a $40,000 small business loan, interest-free, so that they can weather through this difficult period, but helping them keep their costs low during this period, like deferring the GST and the HST and customs duties, are going to help those very businesses weather this very difficult period. And we know that helping them keep their employees together with the employer is going to help them weather this period so that we can get on that road to recovery when it is safe to do so. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Chatham, Kent. Nope, I'm sorry for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government has been promising a review of business risk management programs since 2015. Farmers need immediate assistance as they're facing a cash flow crisis trying to buy their inputs for this year's crop. Measures offered thus far have put them farther into debt. We know the government has recommendations and solutions in front of them. When are we going to see BRM reform to support this industry?
Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we know how important the farm sector, the agricultural sector broadly is, not only to our economy, but especially to Canadians at a time like this. It's for that reason that we've done a number of things. Most importantly, we've taken off the previous limit on Farm Credit Canada to have access to credit for those organizations, for those farmers. And we will continue to think about measures that we can do to support farmers during this particularly challenging time.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture and food need to be deemed an essential service to protect our food supply chain. Last week, Public Safety made an announcement on essential services, but stated these essential services and functions are advisory in nature. This guidance not, nor should it be considered to be a federal directive or standard. Why is it not mandatory to ensure federally regulated employees like CFIA inspectors continue working and our food supply is protected?
L'honorable vice-premier ministre, pardonne-moi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, guaranteeing our food supply is absolutely essential, particularly at a time of a global pandemic. In terms of designating what are and are not essential services, it's incredibly important for the federal government to work collaboratively with the provinces, and that is what we are doing. We have issued federal guidelines, which is important, and then the province are issuing their own guidelines based on provincial realities. That's the way to work cooperatively.
Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the pork industry needs immediate assistance. In Ontario and Quebec, there is a bottleneck in processing plants. Some of these plants are closed due to COVID-19, and workers don't feel safe going to work. If these processing plants do not reopen soon, farmers will be forced to euthanize thousands of hogs. Can the government provide an update on how they plan to help producers from this sector?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we recognize that businesses really across the country are impacted in many ways as a result of COVID-19. Specifically, producers in the agricultural sector have real challenges. That's the reason that we are providing credit support to them, and that's the reason we continue to work through with those sectors to try and ensure that we anticipate some of the challenges to make sure that we're helping them through these challenging times.
Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, ornamental horticulture greenhouses, growers are facing a crisis across Canada as nurseries and garden centres are not opening, leaving more than $2 billion in plant inventories. What initiatives are the government discussing to address this sector that does not qualify under existing assistance?
Finance.
Right. I think what the member points out very correctly is that we're seeing businesses in many different sectors with significant challenges. That's why we've put in place credit opportunities for the very smallest of businesses, as well as credit opportunities for businesses that are larger through the Business Development Bank and through Export Development Canada. So those businesses will be able to access credit during this time to help them get over what we recognize as particular challenge, especially as they also have support for their employees through today's wage subsidy legislation.
Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government insinuated China's ban on Canadian canola seed had been resolved. However, according to the Canola Council of Canada, only current levels of imports would continue. Imports are down 70%, 1 billion less than historical levels. Has China agreed to increase imports of Canadian canola seed?
Well, Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of the importance of canola exports to the Canadian economy, and I think all of us are more aware than ever of the importance of farmers to Canada. We continue to work on getting Canadian canola accepted around the world. That includes working with China.
Member for Lambton-Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are losing their jobs. Small businesses are struggling more than ever right now. Yet this government increased the carbon tax on April 1st. Will the government reverse this increase?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important that we focus on the urgent and important things that we need to do for Canadians. That's why the emergency response benefit was so important, to get money out to Canadians immediately. That's why this wage subsidy is so important to help not only employees but employers and employees to stay connected. Of course, with respect to pricing on carbon, we know that that money actually goes right back to Canadians, so it is not distortionary, and in fact will help them during this challenging time.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we last met here on March 24th, the Employment Minister left this House with a distinct impression, the belief that workers that are currently on unemployment insurance, whose claims will soon expire, would qualify for the emergency benefit program. Yet over the last 2 weeks, those Q&A regulations changed that are sent to members of Parliament. And I know members of Parliament across this country have been telling workers they would qualify. It now appears they do not. Do these workers qualify for the emergency benefit plan when their claims expire in the coming weeks?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Once again, I apologize, Mr. Speaker, if I created any confusion. We are in the process of ensuring that seasonal workers on EI will, in fact, have access to the CERB. Those regulations are not yet in place. Therefore, at this moment, they do not, but we are working on making sure that they will.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will that change require a legislative change, or is that a regulatory change that the minister is able to make from her desk or the cabinet?
Mr. Speaker, that would be a change in the regulatory change that could be enacted through myself, the Minister of Finance, and or the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you.
Member. Could the minister tell us when this will happen?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working very hard to ensure that this happens in the upcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you. To the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance, small businesses with payrolls of $50,000 or more have access to zero or low interest loans. But for small businesses below that threshold or sole proprietorships, these businesses are wondering if low interest or zero interest loans we may have made available to them as well.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are working to make sure that we support Canadians through this challenging time. Of course, we're trying to do that in a way that's appropriate to each situation. We chose the Canada Emergency Business Account to be available, $40,000 of credit for small businesses from $50,000 of payroll up to $1 million worth of payroll, recognizing that was critically important. We also, as you know, have the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which is there for people who don't qualify for that, and the wage subsidy as applicable. We will, though, continue to be looking at ways that we can support businesses of all sizes, and we'll have more to announce in that regard.
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you for that answer, and we do look forward to hearing more about that. In turning to the emergency relief benefit program, The challenge, of course, is around precarious workers. The government policy today is one of lights on, lights off. If a small business has seen a collapse in income, yet are still struggling to keep the business lights on, they have a choice to make. Keep going with no income, no revenue, and no help from the emergency relief benefit, or turn the lights off and receive help. This is not the way we're going to recover. This needs to be changed. Will the minister commit today to changing it?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, maybe I can explain, Mr. Speaker, where I see this right now. So if the business does, in fact, have 30% revenue drop or more, they will be able to, with the legislation that we are passing today, have a wage subsidy for up to 75% of their workers' earnings. That's critically important. If, in fact, they are that small business, they will be able to additionally get credit of up to $40,000, which, if paid back before December 31st, 2022, will be forgiven at the rate of 25%. Really critically important as well. So those things we see as very important. And for those organizations that don't use those benefits, they will be able to put themselves or their employees on the Canada Emergency Relief Benefit.
I asked the minister to lower his sights. I'm talking about the small, what I'll even call the micro small businesses, the coffee shops that have laid off the employees, but are serving meals to try to keep some income coming in. I'm talking about the businesses that don't have employees anymore because they have no revenue, but still have a choice to make, that they can keep operating as a sole proprietorship effectively, a team of one or perhaps a couple, don't qualify for any of these programs, but have a choice to make. Lights on, lights off. How are we going to keep those lights on, these businesses?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is a dynamic challenge, one in which we're trying to make sure that we're supporting Canadians going through very difficult times. Mm-hmm. We recognize that there are people who we still need to consider how we can support them. We believe that the supports we put in place for small businesses, the supports we put in place for people who are not working, the supports through wage subsidies are going to have a very important impact. And yet we do know that we still need to consider whether there are additional things we can do, and we are in turn considering those things today.
Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last emergency sitting, the Minister of Finance stated that help was coming very quickly to the energy sector, stating that he was not talking about weeks, but I'm talking about hours, he said. And yet, 2.5 weeks later, no help has been announced. Since the beginning of this pandemic, Canadian oil and gas companies have canceled $8.5 billion in planned spending and capital investments just trying to survive. Is it true, Mr. Speaker, that the Finance Minister failed to get Cabinet approval for any help for Canada's energy sector? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is unequivocally no. I think what we're seeing today, first of all, is that there's enormous support right now, today in this legislation, that's going to all sectors of the economy, including the energy sector. It's a $73 billion package that's going to provide wage subsidies to employees across the country, including in those companies that are actually in the energy sector. Of course, as all of us know, there are also many, many, many small businesses in the energy sector as well, and those businesses will have access to this $40,000 worth of credit, 25% of which can be forgiven under certain terms. Now, additionally, we're looking at other things we can do for the energy sector, and we are looking forward to talking about that in the future.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, then why the delay in helping the energy sector? And this answer simply isn't good enough. The Prime Minister said that at the end of last month that we recognize there are certain industries that have been hit both by the drop in oil prices and by COVID-19. There are significant areas where we are going to have to do more, and we will be doing more. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Nova Gas expansion, a $1.5 billion project, is awaiting Cabinet approval. Will the Prime Minister commit to doing more and approving this project to help the oil and gas sector get back on its feet right away when all this is over?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member knows that the wage subsidy that we're putting forward today and looking for unanimous consent is critically important for the energy sector. In many energy sector projects, there's no ability to take people off jobs, which means those businesses were actually continuing to pay people. Allowing us to help them through this wage subsidy will be so important to those businesses. Now, additionally, we know that other forms of support like credit are critical for that sector and other sectors across the country, and that's something that we've been working on and are looking forward to talking more about that as those details are finalized.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Speaker, I agree the wage subsidy is very important, but we have a project that is waiting for cabinet approval. Will this government approve the Nova Gas expansion project?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to go through the appropriate processes to consider projects, and as we go through those, we will be providing transparency to this House and to Canadians.
For Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has stated that we will have to remain vigilant for at least a year when it comes to battling COVID-19. Contrast that with the Premier of Alberta's proactive relaunch approach, where he's looking to follow the leads of countries like Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea to keep most of their economy functioning with a low level of viral spread. When will the Prime Minister tell Canadians about Canada's relaunch plan?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely essential that first and foremost we do everything we can to protect the health and lives of the Canadians as we fight this first wave of the coronavirus. What that means is we must practice physical distancing. We have to stay at home. We are well aware, of course, of the economic impact. That is why we are here in this House bringing in today's economic measures. And of course, we need to work on an exit plan, but we can only do that once we know that we have hit and moved past our peak.
Edmonton Millwoods.
Speaker, the need for smart, focused measures will allow us to relaunch our economy once the worst is over. We've already seen the government change its position on stronger border screenings and for masks in public spaces. We need our economy functioning while protecting ourselves from further outbreaks. Does the Prime Minister have a plan to relaunch the economy as soon as it's feasible to do so?
Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are definitely working on such a plan, as would any prudent government. And let me talk about some of the things that are going to be necessary as Canada thinks about how we move past the current stage. We are going to have to work on serological testing. We're going to need to know who has antibodies against this virus and who doesn't. And we are going to need to be aware, as the Prime Minister and as our public health officials said in the presentation this week, we need to realize that it is quite likely there will be 1 or 2 or even 3 additional waves. So we're going to have a very sophisticated approach.
La députée de Joliette.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes questions de ce bloc-ci portent sur le programme de subvention salariale et s'adressent au ministre des Finances. Voici la première. Il y a beaucoup d'entreprises qui ont des revenus cycliques. On peut penser à nombre d'entreprises dans le secteur touristique. Évidemment, les détails qui ont été amenés dans le présent projet de loi vont comparer des mois de saison morte pour nombre de ces entreprises-là. Est-ce que le gouvernement, ma question est posée au ministre des Finances, peut réfléchir à la possibilité de modifier les critères pour inclure les entreprises qui vont avoir un impact en raison de la crise de la COVID, mais dont les mois comparatifs ne fonctionneraient moins bien. Et sous question, est-ce que s'il y avait de tels changements, ce pourrait être fait par voie réglementaire ou il faudrait revenir devant la Chambre pour modifier les critères? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
La ministre des Finances.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais dire au début remercier pour le député pour l'aide pendant nos consultations. C'était très important. Nous avons changé notre approche pour assurer que les compagnies qui sont dans une situation saisonnelle ont la possibilité de considérer leur revenu cette année, après 2 mois, pour voir s'il y a une diminution. Mais toujours, on va considérer les autres approches s'il y a des nécessités pour les changements. Maintenant, nous pensons que nous avons trouvé une façon pour les compagnies dans les situations différentes d'assurer qu'ils peuvent avoir un sens de certitude, qu'ils peuvent considérer leur situation vis-à-vis leur situation l'année avant ou pendant les mois précédents. S'il y a une nécessité de considérer les autres approches, on va être à l'écoute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse, son ouverture. Ma sous-question est à savoir si de tels changements pourraient être faits par voie réglementaire ou s'il faut revenir en Chambre pour changer ça. Je vais en profiter pour poser ma deuxième question qui est plus technique. au niveau justement du programme de subvention salariale, lorsqu'on parle des salaires versés par l'employeur, est-ce qu'on retient uniquement les salaires ou on additionne à ça les charges que verse l'employeur pour les employés? On peut penser aux fonds de pension, aux assurances, tout ça. Et aussi la question des pourboires. Est-ce que les pourboires sont considérés dans les salaires? Et concernant les pourboires, j'aimerais savoir si les pourboires gagnés par un travailleur, si ça s'applique au niveau de la prestation d'urgence et pour le prêt d'urgence dans le critère 50 000 $ à 1 million, si le pourboire est considéré dans les salaires. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Dans la ministre des Finances.
Monsieur le Président, la question est importante. Nous avons considéré le salaire, ça c'est très important, pas les stock options par exemple, pas les frais pour un véhicule, ça c'était la considération. Les pourboires, ça va être difficile de considérer à cause de la situation. C'est difficile pour l'employeur à expliquer ce qu'ils ont fait il y a une semaine, un mois ou 2 mois. Mais nous allons considérer comment nous pouvons avoir un sens de la situation. Pour maintenant, c'est le salaire et c'est le salaire avec le bonus, mais uniquement c'est ça.
David Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Donc, aussi, je reviendrai encore à la première question, à savoir si les changements peuvent être faits par voie réglementaire, s'il y avait des modifications au niveau de la subvention salariale. Là, j'aimerais soumettre un cas. Il y a beaucoup de bureaux de professionnels, par exemple dans le milieu de la santé. Il y en a été question un peu plus tôt, qui se posent des questions et qui ont l'impression de tomber dans des cracks dans les 3 programmes. Pour la subvention salariale, souvent ces professionnels-là sont des travailleurs autonomes qui se versent des dividendes. Donc, il ne semblerait pas pouvoir bénéficier de la subvention salariale pour eux. Pour le prêt d'urgence, même chose. Les seuls salaires qu'ils vont payer, c'est pour quelqu'un qui s'occupe de l'administration au bureau. Une personne pour le bureau, ce serait pas assez pour le 50 000. Et pour la prestation d'urgence, ils doivent dire, si on y va, on doit tout arrêter et plus traiter les cas d'urgence. Je pense notamment au chiro. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a des possibilités de modifier les critères par voie réglementaire pour ces gens? Merci.
Dans la ministre des Finances.
Monsieur le Président, les questions sont importantes. Nous considérons comment nous pouvons considérer les dividendes pour la prestation d'urgence. Nous n'avons pas finalisé nos considérations, mais c'est quelque chose d'important. Pour la subvention salariale, c'est un peu plus difficile parce que nous considérons les mois juste avant mars, ça veut dire janvier et février pour la rémunération. Ça veut dire que ça va être difficile pour les dividendes parce que ça va considérer que 2 mois. Donc ça va être difficile. Et finalement, l'autre question, une question de législation, régulation, ça dépend des changements et chaque fois, nous allons considérer si quelque chose peut être fait avec régulation parce que nous savons que ça c'est plus efficace, mais si c'est nécessaire pour la législation, nous allons les considérer.
Alors, la députée de Rosemont, la petite patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, je voudrais prendre quelques secondes pour remercier mon équipe de Rosemont, la petite patrie, qui font un travail formidable. Je suis convaincu qu'ils, comme toutes vos équipes, sont en train d'essayer d'aider les gens, donner des services puis répondre aux questions. Et en leur nom, j'aimerais passer le message. S'il vous plaît, essayez de nous donner des réponses les plus claires possibles, le plus vite possible, pour qu'on puisse aider les gens, pour qu'on puisse donner des bonnes réponses. Il y a des gens qui sont dans des situations difficiles, puis l'impatience monte un petit peu en ce moment. Puis je suis sûr que vous vivez pas mal tous ça. Il y a des députés libéraux en ce moment qui disent aux gens, si vous n'êtes pas certain de respecter les critères pour la prestation d'urgence, appliquez quand même au cas où. Puis il y a d'autres députés, même ministres, qui disent non, si vous respectez pas les critères, il faut pas appliquer. Donc on a 2 messages ici qui sont contradictoires. Et j'aimerais ça si on pouvait avoir un message clair de la part du ministère des Finances, de dire aux gens, si vous avez besoin d'aide, si vous avez de la misère à payer votre loyer, si vous avez de la difficulté à payer l'épicerie, mais appliquez. Parce que ce programme-là, justement, est un programme d'urgence, puis le gouvernement est supposé d'être là pour vous aider.
Dans la ministre des Finances. Dans la ministre des Finances.
Toujours, je sais qu'il y a des gens qui veulent savoir exactement les critères, c'est important. Nous avons commencé avec une situation où nous voulons considérer les situations des gens qui sont dans une position difficile à cause de COVID-19. Ça, c'était l'approche et à mon avis, c'est très important de continuer. Mais avec ça, nous devons avoir les critères qui fonctionnent. Et ça, c'est certain, dans une situation très dynamique, on doit considérer s'il y a des problèmes avec notre approche et faire des changements aussitôt que possible. Donc ça, c'est notre situation maintenant. Nous allons considérer les défis et nous allons continuer d'avoir le support pour les gens qui est nécessaire. Et s'il y a nécessité de faire des changements, nous allons le faire.
Heureusement, la petite patrie. Et je comprends que la bonne volonté puis la bonne foi est là, mais les critères sont flous, ils sont mouvants, ils sont changeants, les informations sont contradictoires. Est-ce que ça n'aurait pas été plus simple d'avoir une mesure universelle et ensuite de ça, par l'impôt, aller récupérer des sommes qui auraient été versées à des gens qui n'en avaient pas besoin?
Alors, la ministre des Finances.
Non, Monsieur le Président, c'est pas plus simple. Nous avons considéré chaque façon d'avoir la possibilité d'avoir argent aussitôt que possible pour les gens. Et c'est pour ça que nous avons considéré la prestation d'urgence. Et à notre avis, c'est important parce qu'on peut avoir assez d'argent pour les gens quand ils ont besoin. Et ça, c'est notre approche et c'est pour les gens qui sont dans une situation difficile à cause de COVID-19. Donc, c'est une approche qui fonctionne. On a vu il y a quelques jours que plus de 3 millions de Canadiens ont l'opportunité d'avoir la prestation d'urgence et nous allons continuer avec notre approche.
Généreusement, la petite patrie.
Merci. Monsieur le Président, si vous avez un collectif d'artistes, par exemple, un groupe de musiciens qui obtiennent leurs revenus par leur participation des festivals, la vente de disques, etc., mais qu'ils n'ont pas le statut officiel de salarié, est-ce qu'ils peuvent appliquer pour la subvention salariale de 75 %?
La ministre d'Emploi.
C'est un peu difficile à voir, mes collègues. S'il y a un artiste, Monsieur le Président, qui a gagné de l'argent, qui a gagné plus que 5 000 pièces dans l'année passée et qui maintenant ne gagne plus cet argent, bien sûr, cette personne peut recevoir le PCU en français, excuse-moi. Oui. OK.
Et heureusement, la petite patrie.
Le gouvernement a annoncé récemment un plan de sauvetage pour le secteur pétrolier et gazier. Et on avait vu lors de la crise de 2008 que ces plans de sauvetage-là, une partie de l'argent avait été pris par les PDG pour augmenter des bonus ou alors se payer des dividendes. Notre préoccupation, Monsieur le Président, c'est que dans la situation actuelle, ce soit les travailleurs et les travailleuses qui puissent en bénéficier. Est-ce qu'il y aura des conditions pour s'assurer que l'argent va aller dans les poches des travailleurs et non pas des PDG?
Alors, la ministre des Finances.
Le Président, oui. Avec la subvention salariale, par exemple, on doit avoir l'assurance que l'argent va venir aux employés. Donc ça c'est une condition très importante. Nous allons considérer chaque fois comment nous pouvons aider les employés, aider les gens et assurer que ça c'est pas une augmentation des revenus pour les PDG ou pour les autres.
The honourable member for Carleton.
A constituent of mine owns a popular deli that sells groceries. Almost all of his employees have now gone on the emergency benefit. Good news is that his sales are starting to come back, and he wants to offer them some work, about 15 hours a week. If they do take that 15 hours a week, will they be able to keep their emergency benefit?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect in the case that the member from Carleton is talking about, there may be an opportunity for that employer to consider the wage subsidy, which in many cases will actually help them significantly. For those that decide to take the CERB, we are looking at how we can make sure that people that work a small number of hours might be able to continue to be part of that. That work is ongoing, and when we have more to say, we will say so.
For Carleton.
But if they're already on the emergency benefit, they can't qualify for the wage subsidy. So they're now on the benefit. I understand that they'll be allowed to work up to 10 hours. Why would the government punish those workers for doing more than 10 hours work? Shouldn't we always reward work rather than punishing it?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Actually, even if the employees are currently on the emergency response benefit, if the employer chooses to put them on the wage subsidy, that employer can do that. They just need to make sure that people aren't going on the response benefit and the wage subsidy at the same time. So in that situation, we are hoping that that employer will bring people back onto their staff. That would be very helpful, I think, for the employees, give them a greater sense of confidence. And I think it will help us as we move into the transition to have that connection with their employer.
Mr. Carlton.
Problem is you can't go off the benefit on Monday and go on to the wage subsidy on a Tuesday. They're separated by months. In other words, there will be full months during which workers are effectively banned from doing 3/4 of the work they would normally do because they would lose the wage subsidy if they did. So we would ask the government to consider gently phasing out the emergency benefit to say 30 cents on the dollar so that people are always better off working than they otherwise would be. Does anything in today's bill ban businesses receiving the wage subsidy from paying executive bonuses, share buybacks, or boosted dividends during the period for which they received that subsidy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, the condition around the wage subsidy is that the employer will need to show us before they actually get the money that they've actually paid the employees. So the $847 or up to $847 per week will have already gone to the employees by the time the money actually goes to the company. So there is no way for the business to actually take that money and give it to senior executives or use it for something else. That is very clear, and that was one of the things that we wanted to ensure was the case, and that's why the design is exactly that way.
For Carlton.
No, but a large corporation receiving the wage subsidy could basically displace money that it would normally give its frontline workers and use that same money for executive bonuses, dividends, and share buybacks, which is completely unacceptable. Taxpayers should not be shoveling hundreds of millions of dollars into a large corporation, some of which will then flow into the hands of wealthy executives and shareholders. That's what happened when this government and the Minister of Industry gave Bombardier $372 million. The executives and the owners got huge bonuses, and the workers lost their jobs. So I take the minister's non-answer to mean that there is nothing to prevent share buybacks or dividend payouts from this bill. Also on the bill, Sonny and Randy own a Markham business. They have a payroll of just over $1 million. Do they qualify for the emergency business loan? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear. Doesn't matter how we communicate it in ways that are trying to use trickery to make Canadians think something's happening that's not. The facts are the money that's going for the wage subsidy will go to employees. There's only one thing that they must do is show the money has already gone to employees. So it cannot be used for something else. It must be used for that purpose. And what we're doing around credit for businesses is we're trying to create credit opportunities for businesses at all different sizes. So the Canada Emergency Business Account is meant for the smallest of businesses. We've come forward with larger opportunities for credit for businesses that are larger, up to $12.5 million, half of it through BDC, half of it through EDC. And we are looking at further credit support that we continue to work on, which we hope to announce in the not too distant future.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. N95 masks, endotracheal tubes, dressing trays, face shields, and catheters. What do these things have in common? They're all critical in our fight to save Canadian lives from COVID-19. But they're also single-use plastics that are going to be labeled as toxic under Schedule 1 of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Canadians are shocked to see how ill-equipped we are to manufacture needed medical supplies. Instead, we rely on the Chinese, Americans, and European suppliers to meet our demands. This puts Canadian lives at risk, and it's time to promote plastics manufacturing in Canada. Would the government agree that banning single-use plastics, including medical equipment, and declaring plastic to be toxic is not a good idea?
The Honourable Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and he's highlighted the importance of our efforts of mobilizing industry to look at Made in Canada solutions. And I'd like to just highlight and underscore some of the the efforts we have made in terms of securing important personal protective equipment. We have sourced more than 230 million surgical masks and over 17 million have already been delivered. We have roughly 75 million N95 masks on order. And in the coming days, we expect to have over 2 million more masks in Canada's possession. And we received nearly 10 million pairs of medical gloves. So we've taken appropriate steps to make sure that we protect frontline healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to just pause for a moment. We won't take any of the members' time. Just to change up our console operator. Just take a few seconds. Is that correct? Okay. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
We know that many Canadians are isolated at home, but some Canadians suffered isolation long before COVID-19. I'm speaking, of course, about our veterans who have no one else to turn to and who may be home alone during this crisis without assistance. What actions is Veterans Affairs Canada taking to reach out to all veterans to ensure that they are okay and getting the help they need during this time?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very aware that there are communities of particularly vulnerable Canadians who need particular support during this crisis. That, of course, includes our veterans, many of whom are also older people and so fall into category doubly at risk. We are very much focused on them, and I do want to take this opportunity to thank all of the individual Canadians who have making such efforts to reach out to fellow Canadians who are suffering from the necessary isolation.
Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, we need to be sure that the government is taking action, and particularly on this. Can the government tell us if they're tracking a significant increase in mental health issues and suicides, and what actions are they taking to protect Canadians from taking their lives at this particularly stressful time?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that I'm sad to say is a really excellent question. And one of the prices that we are all paying right now through this period of physical distancing is more Canadians are suffering from mental health problems. We are very much focused on it, and Health Canada is definitely putting forward some measures to be sure to help people at this time. But I do also want to encourage Canadians, individual Canadians, to keep on doing what they've been doing, which is to help their neighbors, help their friends, help their family.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
We've learned recently in a global news report that there are no public health officials at Canada's land borders. Is this the case? And if so, why is this still the case?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our land borders, we have taken unprecedented action to restrict travel between Canada and the United States. We have done this with great care because it has been important to restrict non-essential travel, even as we have taken steps to be sure that essential travel, the travel which is necessary for trade, the travel which is necessary to keep food in our grocery stores, the travel which is essential to get medical devices across the borders, continues to happen. That is work which is being done in close collaboration with the United States, which is being done by CBSA, and CBSA works closely with the provinces and with Health Canada.
Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian energy industry, particularly in my province of Alberta, but also in Newfoundland and Labrador, is under attack by predatory dumping from the Saudi Arabian kingdom and from the Russian government. This is a short and medium term oil crisis which threatens 10% of Canada's GDP and significant tax revenue. So what actions are the government going to take beyond a wage subsidy to ensure that our industry survives in the face of this unrelenting attack from foreign governments?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government, working closely with the province of Alberta, has been very, very engaged in efforts at the G20, in efforts led by the NAFTA energy ministers to ensure that this unacceptable international manipulation of the price of oil come to an end. The G20 energy ministers meeting yesterday did bring some positive results, and we will continue to be very, very engaged in this important issue.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I asked earlier about parental benefits, and the minister answered that the CRERB will not affect them. And that's good, but we already knew that. What we don't know is that if expectant parents haven't met their hourly thresholds due to layoffs, if the government will adjust the program to allow them the benefits, Can the minister please tell these concerned parents what to expect?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are currently looking at consequences for a number of groups to their ability to meet the eligibility criteria for EI moving forward. I think also of substitute teachers who aren't able to get the hours they need now because they're not in schools teaching. We know that while this may seem a little ways off, this is a very pressing issue for Canadians, and we're digging in on it right now. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the minister earlier said that changing the worker eligibility to add seasonal workers who are currently not working would require a legislative change. That's what she told me. Presumably, this would be to Section 61A to remove the criteria, and I quote, ceasing working for the reasons related to COVID-19. Now, earlier she said to the member for New Brunswick Southwest that it would take a regulatory change. How would people who did not cease working due to COVID-19 be covered without changing the section of the Act, Mr. Speaker? I really need to know, Parliament needs to know if we're going to have to come back to fix this section of the Act so that we can meet what the government has agreed to today with Motion R.
The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. So if it is the intent of this Parliament to change the overall criteria of the CERB, that is a legislative requirement. Under the first emergency response legislation, there is regulatory power, for lack of a better word, I apologize, given to the minister in the person of myself to make certain classes of workers or certain types of income exempt from the requirements of the Act. That is the provision under which we would be able to, through regulation, exempt seasonal workers. The other thing is we have a complementary act through the EI Act that we could create, make regulatory changes because seasonal workers are covered under employment insurance.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the minister's contribution here, but again, I just don't want to see mistaken or wrong, flat-out wrong information going out. Parliamentarians are struggling to deal with the many questions Canadians have, and we don't want to further muddy the waters. Now, over the past few days, I've heard from many people who applied for EI after March 15th and have not been paid, despite the fact that governments say all applicants were processed. Why is it fair to someone who applies for CERB today will get paid in 2 days, but others have been waiting for weeks?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers we're dealing with in this crisis in terms of EI applications between March 15th and April 6th and CERB combined applications since are extraordinary. Let me give you some numbers. April 10th, yesterday, 231,000 people applied for CERB. That includes EI and non-EI eligible. This week alone, it was 3.32 million. Since March 15th, it's been 5.85 million Canadians have applied, and we've processed 5.26 million of these. Understanding there are still 600,000 applications in the queue, we are working around the clock, and I too offer a shout out to public servants for their incredible work on this.
Member for Central Okanagan, Smilkameen, Nicola.
And I believe in supporting our public services. They support Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't an answer to the people that are sending me emails and asking specifically on this. Now, the Canada Summer Jobs has been altered, and we have sent multiple letters with questions with no formal response. We expected the government would have removed those applicants who are no longer operating due to COVID, but now learn they expect overworked MPs' offices to do that for them. Why is the government putting all responsibility on managing program applicants on MP offices and giving them only a week to do so?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member opposite would agree that members of parliaments are uniquely positioned to know the needs and what's going on in their community. They are not alone in this. We have Service Canada public servants working around the clock, contacting at the same time employers to determine if they want to keep offering these jobs, if they like to amend the job descriptions that they want to offer young people. We thought it was very important to give members of parliament, again, who are on the ground, the opportunity to work with us to ensure that maybe organizations that historically hadn't even existed until this crisis had the opportunity to get 100% wage subsidy for young people for this summer.
My short question, the Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, MPs work every year with Service Canada in order to be able to have this program go forward. But why make all MPs' offices responsible for removing unsuccessful applicants, finding new ones, and managing the operations of who does this, instead of simply having a second intake for essential organizations to apply?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we are in fact having a second intake that will be a combined effort of MP offices and Service Canada. In order to get this out as quickly as possible, we felt the best way forward would be to get an all-hands-on-deck approach so that it didn't take weeks and months, so that in fact it took days. We know this is a lot to ask of MPs, but we are there and Service Canada is there to support them.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, even before COVID-19 hit, the processing capacity for our agriculture sector was already in dire straits, especially in Ontario. I'd like to know from the government what efforts are they making to ensure that there are adequate CFIA inspectors to ensure that pork, beef, and poultry can be processed.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our agricultural sector has never been more important for Canada and Canadians than it is today. It is quite appropriate for us at a time of a global pandemic, at a time when borders are facing greater questions and greater restrictions than ever before, to really be concerned about food security here at home. That is why we are very focused on supporting agricultural workers, supporting farmers, and definitely supporting the food processing sector.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, for regions of this country where tourism is a major industry, including the Niagara region and my riding of Perth Wellington, places like the Stratford Festival, the Stratford Summer Music, Drayton Entertainment are all going to be significantly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Stratford Festival alone has $135 million of economic activity. In the past, during the SARS crisis and during the 2008-2009 economic downturn, the government brought forward plans to deal with this sector, which includes the tourist sector, the arts and culture sector, and the hospitality sector that are all affected. What plans will the government bring forward specifically for these sectors?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we very much recognize that the sectors that the member identified, the hospitality sector, the arts and culture sector, the tourism sector, have been impacted in a very, very damaging way. There are other sectors as well, sectors like the airline sector, the energy sector that are significantly impacted. What we're looking to do is make sure that we have credit support for businesses across all sizes, from small to large, and we're looking at whether there needs to be some specific measures for specific industries as well. And as we have more information, we will certainly come forward.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, in the government's modeling, they've shown different scenarios depending on whether it's a 2.5 or 5% infection rate across the country, showing anywhere from 11,000 or up to 22,000 deaths. As we all know, these models change as different actions are taken by the government. As these models change, would the government commit to providing updated models to this House and to Canadians on a weekly basis?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely believes in science. We believe that information and knowledge is power, and we believe that sharing what we know with Canadians helps all of us respond effectively to the threat posed by the coronavirus. So absolutely, we have a daily press conference by the Prime Minister, daily briefings by health authorities and ministers. In all of those formats, we share information, and we will continue to do so.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, every day I hear from seniors in my riding who are affected by the COVID-19 crisis, particularly some who are very concerned about their RRSPs, their retirement savings, who've taken a major hit. Will the government consider lessening the RIF requirements beyond what's been already proposed?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Speaker, we recognize that seniors, like all Canadians, are feeling extremely challenged. Seniors maybe more so because of the additional health anxiety that they have. Not only have we lowered the amount that they are required to take out of their registered retirement income fund, we also know that what we did with the GST low-income tax credit has a very significant positive impact on seniors, helping far more than the majority, past 80% of those that are in a single situation and almost 50% in a couple situation. So these are important measures to help. We will be considering other things we can do, and importantly, to support the health sector, to support seniors.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, this House has asked the Auditor General to undertake important work on its behalf. Currently, the Auditor General of Canada is an interim appointment. Would the government make his appointment permanent, effective immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we did make an interim extension on the Auditor General because we thought that was appropriate at this moment in time. We will consider what the next steps are appropriately as we have the time to do so, but we do think that the current status allows him to continue to do his important work for all of us in Parliament.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, my office and my exceptional staff, both in here in the riding and here in my riding and here in Ottawa, are doing work and hearing from constituents every day about not being eligible for these different programs, whether they're students, whether they're seasonal employers, whether they're people who work part-time but not beyond the 10 hours. The government has stated that they will be making some changes to the CERB. On what date will those changes come into effect?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite frankly, as quickly as possible, we are trying to address the systemic gaps in the CERB. I can't, at this time, tell you exactly when each specific change will go into effect, but I can make a commitment on behalf of myself and the government to do it as quickly as possible.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mes prochaines questions portent sur la prestation d'urgence. Évidemment, on est très content de l'intention qui a été annoncée par le gouvernement de mettre une mesure d'exception à la règle du zéro revenu. On avait soumis avec les autres le cas des pompiers volontaires, des élus municipaux, tout ça. Donc, le fait qu'il y a eu une intention en ce sens-là d'émise, on salue ça. Et j'aimerais que la ministre de l'Emploi me confirme que c'est bien la semaine qui vient que les détails vont être annoncés. Il y avait été question de, par exemple, 10 heures. Donc, je voudrais m'assurer que ce soit ça. Avant de lui laisser répondre à ma question, je veux aussi saluer le fait d'avoir annoncé que les employés de l'industrie saisonnière seront aussi couverts. Donc, pas juste ceux qui ont perdu leur revenu en raison de la COVID, mais ceux qui ne le reprendront pas. Donc, aussi, j'aimerais savoir quand est-ce que ça va entrer officiellement en vigueur, cette mesure pour les travailleuses et travailleurs de l'industrie saisonnière. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
La ministre d'Emploi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et avant de répondre, j'aimerais bien remercier à tous les députés pour leur collaboration dans cet effort. Bien sûr, quand on a créé le PCU, on savait qu'il y aurait d'autres travail à faire. Et c'est ce que nous faisons maintenant. Alors, dans les jours qui viennent, nous allons continuer d'adresser les personnes qui ne sont pas incluses. Et ça va être de jour à jour, mais comme j'ai dit en anglais, nous sommes absolument dévoués à répondre à ces besoins aussitôt que possible.
La députée de Joliette.
Monsieur le Président, je soumettrai bien humblement un cas à la ministre. Une enseignante qui fait de la suppléance, qui est sur appel, qui n'aurait pas été appelée dans le dernier mois, là, disons début mars. Est-ce que cette personne-là peut faire la demande de prestation d'urgence? Merci.
La ministre.
Bien sûr, Monsieur le Président, les particulars d'une situation doivent être examinés, mais avec le cas présenté, je pense que si cette personne ne travaille pas à cause de la COVID, bien sûr que cette personne peut être éligible à la PCU, mais absolument, on peut... We can look at this particular case on your behalf. Thank you.
La députée de Joliette.
OK. Avant la dernière phrase, j'aurais pris ça pour un oui inconditionnel. Ben oui, évidemment, j'aimerais recevoir le suivi. Toujours au niveau de la prestation d'urgence, on dit qu'il faut avoir fait 5 000 $ de revenus. J'ai certaines questions à qu'est-ce qui est considéré comme un revenu. Par exemple, une bourse d'études pour un étudiant à l'université, c'est un revenu certainement pour cette personne-là, mais c'est un revenu non imposable. Est-ce que ça fonctionne pour la PCU? Après ça, les prestations pour les gens en arrêt de travail, par exemple, là, au Québec, on a la CSST pour ceux qui ont un accident de travail, la SAAQ pour ceux qui ont fait un accident de la route, aussi quelqu'un qui retirait de l'argent d'un REER, c'est un revenu imposable. Est-ce que ça peut fonctionner pour le critère de 5 000 $? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable ministre d'Emploi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci pour votre question. Les détails sont très spécifiques. Je peux répondre absolument après aujourd'hui, mais ce qu'on considère le revenu pour le 5 000 piastres, c'est l'argent qu'on a gagné au travail. Alors, c'est un peu plus flexible que le système de taxes, mais c'est vraiment ce qu'on a gagné parmi les emplois pendant l'année passée ou les 12 mois passés.
Honorable député de Joliette.
Je remercie la ministre pour sa réponse. J'ai plusieurs cas où on entend parler de plusieurs cas de personnes qui sont en arrêt de travail et là qui voudraient retourner travailler. Il était par exemple en arrêt de maladie, une jambe brisée ou des situations comme ça. Et là, ces personnes-là ne peuvent reprendre leur emploi en raison de la crise de la COVID. Est-ce que ces personnes-là auront accès à la prestation d'urgence? Merci.
La ministre d'Emploi.
Merci pour cette bonne question. Monsieur le Président, on sait le sort de cas dont vous parlez et nous travaillons maintenant ensemble comme équipe pour résoudre ce problème. Mais je n'ai pas de réponse maintenant, mais c'est définitivement une des plus hautes priorités pour moi et mon équipe.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président. Les leaders autochtones de partout au pays m'ont indiqué que les capacités en matière de soins de santé dans leur communauté sont déjà étirées au maximum et qu'ils devront donc avoir accès à des ressources supplémentaires en personnel. La pénurie de personnel infirmier déjà existante rend de nombreuses communautés autochtones incroyablement vulnérables à la COVID-19. Que fait le gouvernement pour s'assurer que les communautés autochtones déposent de nombre suffisant de travailleurs de la santé pour faire face à cette pandémie?
Honorable vice-premier ministre.
Pour la question très importante. La semaine passée, avec le ministre des Services autochtones, j'ai eu une importante conversation avec les leaders de tous les pays des Premières Nations. Notre gouvernement est reconnaissant que les Premières Nations, les Inuits, les Métis sont parmi les plus vulnérables au Canada. Nous avons donné le soutien immédiat grâce au fonds de soutien aux communautés autochtones pour traiter les questions de santé publique, notamment en fourniture d'équipements, des tests, de personnel de santé. Ce n'est qu'un début. Nous savons qu'un soutien supplémentaire est absolument nécessaire.
For Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the response. For a long time, it's been really clear that federal governments have left Indigenous communities behind. The state of infrastructure in many communities, as you know, means that Indigenous communities are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of COVID-19, where self-isolation and physical distancing are not privileges that many Indigenous communities are able to take part in. Those aren't practices they can take part in as a result of overcrowding in housing and unsafe housing. Hand washing is difficult when you don't have access to clean drinking water. Indigenous communities around the country have been clear that the response has not been adequate, particularly that the funding announced has not been enough. This week, National Chief Bellegarde called on the federal government to immediately release about 10% of all its future funding dedicated to its response to COVID-19 pandemic directly to the First Nations communities. Why is the government waiting to scale up to respond to the need and the scale of the need in Indigenous communities?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. Our government absolutely recognizes that Indigenous people, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities are among the most vulnerable Canadians and need particular support when it comes to the challenges posed by COVID-19. Last week, together with the Minister of Indigenous Services, we had a call with Chief Bellegarde and all the regional chiefs from the Assembly of First Nations. We are providing immediate support through the Community Support Fund to address public health issues. This includes providing PPE, testing, and healthcare personnel. We do know this is just the beginning, and we are prepared to and are working on providing further support.
Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you again for that response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to now turn our attention to flooding and the way that flooding is going to impact Indigenous communities across the country. I'll give one example, a community like Saskatchewan, which represents a lot of what happens across Canada. The specific concern is that the solution to Indigenous communities faced with flooding cannot simply be camping out on the land. This solution is fraught with serious issues. The situation in Saskatchewan and many other Indigenous communities are particularly difficult given the impacts of COVID-19 and barriers to previous plans, which were evacuations. Does the minister have an update on clear plans and what the department is planning on doing to ensure the safety of Indigenous communities beyond encouraging them to camp on the land, particularly given the additional impact of COVID-19?
Honorable Vice-Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, that is another important question, and certainly for Indigenous communities and indeed for all Canadians, the combination of flood season, of forest fire season with COVID-19 is going to pose a particular set of challenges. The Minister of Public Security and Emergency Services is very seized of this issue and has been working on it in close collaboration with provincial partners, with Indigenous partners and communities, with the Minister of Indigenous Services and the Minister for Northern Affairs. We do know that we're going to have to pay particular attention to how we work on these issues. As for the On the Land program, where that is a way that Indigenous communities wish to address the issue, of course they will have our support, but that can't be the only answer.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister visited my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound just before last fall's election to discuss broadband rural internet. I'll add he was received, how should I say, a passionate welcome, to say the least. Small businesses, people working from home, and rural schools are all suffering due to a lack of reliable internet. COVID-19 has exacerbated the existing situation dramatically. I'm sure all rural MPs could easily identify dozens of constituents who are having a heck of a time getting up-to-date info on any of the current government COVID-19 benefits or programs, or even applying due to a lack of reliable internet access or their ability to get through to the 1-800 numbers. What is the government doing to rectify rural internet issues right now?
Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his very thoughtful question on a very important subject matter with respects to high-speed internet connectivity in rural communities. Prior to COVID-19, we had made significant investments through Connect to Innovate. We also put forward significant funding under the Universal Broadband Initiative to assist communities like that because we recognize that we're dealing with a significant digital divide. Going forward, we'll work very closely with the telecommunications sector. This is a top-of-mind issue that I've spoken to many companies who have raised this issue with me on providing better services, high-speed internet connectivity at more affordable prices, and we'll continue to work with the member opposite and those communities that have been impacted.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, the gross revenue reduction test for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy doesn't work well for farmers, as their revenue patterns and income amounts are subject to timing, volume, and pricing changes over the year or years, vice what is currently outlined in the wage subsidy legislation. Will changes be made to include farmers and ranchers who have been left out of the wage subsidy when the government has deemed food and agriculture as a critical and essential during this time of crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard to come up with an approach for the wage subsidy that will deal with those sectors of our economy, those individual organizations that are most impacted by COVID-19. The revenue tests we've put in place show us that they've actually seen significant change in their situation and therefore getting a wage subsidy. We do also know that there's other things that we need to do to support sectors that are experiencing challenges, like the agricultural sector. It's one of the reasons we changed the ability for Farm Credit Canada to give loans, because we know that sector is going to be in challenge, and we'll continue to think about ways that we can support our food supply, knowing how critical that is at a time like now.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, small and micro businesses, especially those that are family-owned or sole proprietors, are not eligible for many, if any, of the current COVID-19 benefits and are slipping through the cracks. Will the government remove the minimum $50,000 wage ceiling to qualify for the Canadian Emergency Business Account? If yes, when?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
I want to thank the honourable member for that really important question. Those micro businesses and family-owned businesses are really, really important to the communities that just make it so dynamic, and the various supports that we have put in place are intended to help those very businesses and weather this very, very difficult time. And we're going to continue to work and listen to our businesses and listen to those micro businesses to ensure that they are supported through this period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear an answer. Yes or no, will the ceiling be changed?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
We're going to continue to listen to those businesses. They're so dynamic in our communities, and we're going to ensure that we are going to work hard so that our businesses are supported through this very difficult time.
Member for Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Can the Minister of Finance answer that question, Mr. Speaker? Will the ceiling be changed?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business and Export Promotion.
Businesses across the country have been listened to, and we are going to continue to listen to those businesses. We've done a number of things to help our Canadian businesses. We have helped businesses keep their costs low. So for businesses like the one that the Honourable Member just talked about, it really is helping by deferring the GST or the HST or customs duties payments so that our businesses can weather through this difficult time.
Honourable Member for Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, Service Canada offices have been closed across the country. For those Canadians without internet access or phone access, depend on these Service Canada offices. Will the government consider reopening these Service Canada offices, and when?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Service Canada offices were closed both in the public health interest of our public servants, but also in the public health interest of Canadians who access services through these offices. I can appreciate the frustration of individuals who don't have phone or internet access, and I'll take that back as a personal challenge. But we have doubled our efforts to make sure that we are answering questions online, that we are answering questions on the telephone. But right now, we don't think it's in the public health interest of either our citizens or our public servants to have our Service Canada offices open.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to read a quote. In a few months, we will normally see a lot of fresh Canadian produce coming onto the market. I believe that's in jeopardy right now, said the Canadian Federation of Agriculture President Mary Robinson. I am so nervous to say that because I don't want to create any sense of panic. My farmers in Bradford, West Gwillimbury have reached out to me. They are very concerned about the planting right now. They are concerned about their accounts receivables and being paid. So I'm looking to this government. How will this government support farmers who are facing uncertainty right now about their yields, and in the months to come, and some protection for fresh produce farmers on their receivables?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I just have to say that we all are concerned with the impacts on multiple sectors that are happening as a result of COVID-19. This means that we need to think about how we can support different sectors. Most importantly, what we've done is we've put in place approaches for credit for organizations across all different sizes, and we're continuing to work on that. But in the agricultural sector, we've specifically changed the rules around Farm Credit Canada, allowed for farmers, for agricultural sectors to get access to credit, to find their way through this, and we are going to continue to consider other approaches to ensure the support is there.
Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need your help now. Time is of the essence. If there's an outbreak in our homes, it will be deadly. Our most pressing needs are PPE, off-site isolation beds. This is coming from homes for the physically and mentally challenged adult homes in my riding. York Simcoe is home to over 28 of these homes, and they are pleading with the federal government for more financial help. We've all said here, will we leave no Canadian behind? We expect no Canadian to be left behind. This is a vulnerable group in homes that needs more support. What is the government willing to do for these people?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure every member in this House that vulnerable Canadians, in particular those with disabilities, are top of mind for this government. Yesterday, we issued a statement affirming our commitment to leave no one behind, to ensure quality of access to health care and medical treatment, and that's exactly what we're doing. I'm working very closely with the disability community. I yesterday announced the creation of a COVID-19 disability advisory group to get on the ground, lived experience, real-time advice, and that's the exact kind of situation we're tackling. Working with my colleague, the Minister of Seniors, we want to make sure that any kind of more residential type care facility has the most protection we can in this time of crisis.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you. We're looking for an exact answer. When will money and help be available for these homes? We all know time is of the essence. If we have outbreak in one of these homes, it can be disastrous. So the question is when?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, as part of our global response to ensuring that each province has the health care capacity it needs to respond in this time of crisis, we are working, the Minister of Health and I are working with our colleagues in the area of health and disability to ensure provincial needs are identified and that we can, through collaboration, address them. I can assure the member that this is a top priority for us, and we are doing everything we possibly can.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
The Medical Intelligence Cell within the Canadian Forces Intelligence Command warned the government about the emergence of COVID-19 in January. Specifically, did the government take heed of this report when it had the ability to prepare our country for the COVID-19 outbreak?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government was focused on the threat posed by the novel coronavirus from actually the end of last year. We have been very aware of it and have been following it closely, both through our own officials and in close collaboration with our friends and allies around the world. When it comes to specific intelligence to which I or other ministers have been privy, of course, we cannot share that.
Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
The economic repercussions of this period will be deeply felt by Canadians across the country. People need to get back to work and have jobs to go back to. Action needs to be taken to get our economy back on track once COVID-19 is contained. Does this Liberal government have a plan for the economic recovery once the pandemic is over?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to clarify one assumption embedded in the honourable member's question, and that is this notion that there will be a immediate and visible end to the pandemic. We will be fully safe and fully past this only once either a vaccine has been developed or we have a very high level of herd immunity within Canada. Prior to that, what experts are saying is likely to happen, and as was shown in our data forecasts on Friday, is that there will be a peak, we'll get past that peak, and then we need to prepare for some wavelets coming after, and we need to have a calibration of social distancing efforts that go on and off, allowing our economy to restart to some extent.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le gouvernement du Québec a annoncé hier après-midi que tous les événements culturels et sportifs d'ici à la mois d'août, à la fin août, soient annulés. Cela aura un impact catastrophique sur le secteur touristique, particulièrement au Bas-Saint-Laurent, mais partout au Québec et évidemment partout au Canada. Est-ce que le gouvernement prévoit faire des mesures d'atténuation quelconques par rapport à tout ce secteur touristique-là?
La ministre des Finances.
Monsieur le Président, c'est une très bonne question. Nous savons qu'il y a des secteurs qui sont dans une situation très difficile à cause de COVID-19. C'est pour ça que nous avons négocié des crédits pour les secteurs importants. Nous allons continuer d'avoir plus des sources de crédits pour eux. Et bien sûr, on doit avoir aussi des considérations des autres approches et nous sommes en train de le faire.
L'honorable député.
Monsieur le Président, j'aurais une idée à transmettre à mes collègues du gouvernement. Vous savez, c'est une idée qui vient de mon collègue de Mégantic-l'Érable. Quand on envoie des documents par la poste ou des objets par la poste qu'on a créés, qu'on a produits, on peut les envoyer à Whitehorse ou les envoyer de l'autre bord de la rue. Ça coûte le même prix chez Poste Canada. Alors, je me demande, dans la mesure du possible, est-ce que c'est possible de regarder avec Poste Canada, de faire en sorte que quand on veut envoyer des éléments qu'on peut vendre en ligne, parce que faut bien s'entendre, là, la vente en ligne va devenir quelque chose de très important dans le futur, inévitablement, parce qu'on veut accélérer les activités économiques dans nos milieux. Donc, est-ce que Poste Canada pourrait venir en aide directement auprès des entreprises qui font des ventes en ligne, mais dans un secteur qui est plus près de nous, bien évidemment, comme à l'extérieur du Canada?
La ministre des Petites Entreprises.
I want to thank the honourable member for that question and that suggestion. In fact, just last week, I had the opportunity to listen to a number of businesses who are looking at online sales as a new opportunity to be able to grow their business or do business in the time of COVID-19. And As I said earlier, we have been listening to businesses and we will continue to listen to businesses, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for that very good suggestion, and we're going to keep listening to him and businesses across this country to see what we can do.
Député. Monsieur le Président, des entreprises se retrouvent exclues de la subvention salariale dans le projet C14 parce qu'elles se trouvent être des filiales d'une entité plus grande. Donc, elles sont dans un chapeau, il y a plusieurs autres petites entreprises et les revenus de chacune d'entre elles viennent de la maison mère. Et c'est vrai comme ça, c'est vrai aussi dans des compagnies de gestion. Alors, j'aimerais savoir si ces compagnies devront ou pourront éventuellement être admissibles dans le projet de loi.
Le ministre des Finances.
Président, nous avons considéré la situation avec les compagnies avec des filiales, mais nous avons conclu que c'est nécessaire d'avoir une solution pour le groupe. Ça veut dire que s'il y a une compagnie qui est dans une bonne position, mais avec une succursale qui est dans une situation plus difficile, le groupe est vraiment la chose importante. Et de cette façon, nous pouvons assurer que l'argent va venir aux compagnies, aux individus qui sont dans une situation difficile à cause de COVID-19. Et je suis certain que les compagnies peuvent garder et protéger leurs employés s'ils ont assez de revenus.
La députée. Monsieur le Président, l'aide offerte par la BDC, par exemple, ou Investissement Québec au Québec aussi, là, parallèlement à ça, est offerte à 3 % d'intérêt, 3,3 % je pense, et c'est des garanties de prêt pour la majorité, c'est des prêts directs, mais c'est des garanties de prêt. Alors, ça s'ajoute à la dette actuelle des entreprises, comme la mienne par ailleurs, et contrairement aux 40 000 $ qui est offert, je dirais, en tout cas, avec les intérêts payés par le gouvernement, aux frais du gouvernement, et on rembourse seulement 75 % de ce montant-là. Est-ce que vous considérez la possibilité d'offrir en tout cas, l'opportunité aux entreprises qui ont des moindres revenus pour être capables d'avoir accès à ça? Parce que la très petite entreprise, je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, je le répète, parce que les très petites entreprises ont aussi des dépenses de loyer, de taxes municipales, etc. Ça leur prend ces revenus-là pour être capable de passer au travers. Et on s'entend que ça risque de durer plusieurs mois avant qu'ils puissent réouvrir leur business et ils n'auront pas assez d'argent pour être capables de passer au travail.
Dans la ministre des Finances.
Monsieur le Président, nous essayons de trouver une solution pour une entreprise de chaque grandeur. Ça veut dire que pour les plus petits, ils peuvent utiliser les prestations d'urgence pour eux et leurs employés. Pour les un peu plus grands, à 50 000 $ en salaire jusqu'à 1 000. Ça veut dire qu'il peut avoir la prestation d'urgence et en même temps une prête sans intérêt de 40 000 $. Pour le plus grand encore, il peut avoir une prête avec les garanties de le gouvernement, avec le BDC, jusqu'à 12,5 millions de $. Donc, on va avoir une solution pour chaque niveau de compagnie et on va continuer de considérer les autres choses qu'on peut faire pour améliorer leur situation.
Before we carry on, we're just going to take a moment again to change up our operator at the console. Just a moment. Is it correct? Merci beaucoup. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Except the problem with Service Canada is they're not there for us. They're not there for Canadians. Not if you don't have high-speed internet, and not if you can't get through on a phone line, which most Canadians cannot. And with millions of Canadians out of work, why did the government think it was acceptable to close down Service Canada offices while grocery stores across this country have refitted themselves to serve Canadians? Why couldn't those measures have been taken in Service Canada offices so we could continue to serve the public?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying not to take exception to the fact that somehow our public servants at Service Canada aren't working really hard to serve Canadians in alternate ways, whether through phone or through the internet. I appreciate the challenge, the particular challenge faced by individuals who don't have high-speed internet access. We have redeployed thousands of both former public servants, volunteers to answer phones. Unfortunately, the reality of the millions of Canadians that need help right now is that patience is the word of the day. Canadians understand that. They're frustrated, but they understand that their fellow citizens are doing their very best. We made a public health decision in the best interest of both public servants and the public to shut down these offices, and we stand by that decision.
Well, member for New Brunswick Southwest.
To the Finance Minister, in today's bill that we're going to be debating, we'll debate for the rest of the afternoon, can a company that qualifies for the wage subsidy just pay that subsidy, the 75%? In other words, cut an employee's salary by 25% and just pay what the federal government is offering? Or is there a requirement to pay 100% so employers do pay the 25% and the feds pay 75%? Thanks.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important question. We came to the conclusion that for those employers who have a reduction in revenue, that we didn't want to force them to pay the additional 25% in every situation, because in many situations they would just not be able to do that, and therefore the wage subsidy wouldn't work for them. What we've done is say that we urge employers to pay that additional 25%. We think that should be done where they can do it, but we're not forcing them to do so, because otherwise the wage subsidy actually wouldn't have the desired impact of allowing them to bring people back off being laid off and actually staying with the company. So we hope that ends up with employers that have the capability to pay their employees in full, and for others that it will maintain that important bond between employee and employer.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you for the clarity. Canada's international seafood trade markets have been decimated. Throughout Atlantic Canada, there are numerous small, medium-sized lobster buyers that have faced serious and significant financial losses. They purchased lobster in the fall for $10 a pound, and they've been unloading it for $2 to $4. They're taking huge losses. This is not stock they can keep in tanks. It has to be sold. What kind of help will the government be able to provide these lobster buyers throughout Atlantic Canada? And my question is for the Finance Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister.
But I hope you will tolerate an answer from the Deputy Prime Minister. It's a very important question. It is an issue that we are very focused on. The Minister of Fisheries is very, very aware of this. This is an area where the global economic slowdown caused by response to the coronavirus has had a particularly sharp and striking effect. The Minister of Fisheries is very seized with the issue and is working on it.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer as well. My question is for the Government House Leader. Why does he say Parliament cannot meet daily when it's acceptable for ministers to do so?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier today, the role of Parliament is fundamental. The role of parliamentarians is also fundamental. And we recognize that. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we all understand that we're in the middle of this huge pandemic, this huge crisis. And I want to thank all the people that are here working today. I see the technicians, I see people translating what we're saying at this moment. I see the people at the table, the security agents, and all those people that would have to come here on a daily basis if that was the case.
We'll move on to the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses and the people who run them are key to our communities, and they need help paying their bills right now. They need help than more than just the loans that the government's offering. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, even with the help already being provided, 42% of small businesses are worried that they will have to permanently close. Only 6 in 10 businesses were in a position to pay their commercial rent in full for April. Nearly 70% of over 25,000 businesses surveyed expected to default on their lease by May 1st. Will the government follow the example of other countries such as France, the UK, Denmark, and Australia, who have all taken action to provide relief and subsidies to help small businesses with their commercial rents so they can survive these unprecedented times?
The Honourable Minister of Small Businesses.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for that very good question. And the supports that we have put in place, like helping businesses keep their costs low, like helping them defer the GST and the HST, as well as customs duties, deferring when they will pay their income tax. These measures, along with what we are debating today, which is the wage subsidy, helping businesses with that very significant expense of paying for their employees, this is going to help businesses keep their costs low. And in doing so, we'll give them that flexibility to be able to manage the other costs that they are. But I want to again reiterate, we will continue to listen to businesses so that they are supported through this very difficult period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think we'll have time for maybe just one more question. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from so many of my constituents, they're terrified about what's to come and how they're going to keep their families fed and the roof over their head. A lot of them are really scared, and they're now dealing with the problems of being paid double payments, overpayments, and they need to know that the money that they receive isn't going to be clawed back unfairly if they don't fit the specific criteria in the emergency response benefits. So will the Minister reassure people today and commit that those who have applied in good faith for and received benefits through the CERB or other programs to support them through this crisis will not be unjustly penalized?
Minister of Employment.
To be brief, Mr. Speaker, I can so confirm. But if Canadians truthfully reply, honestly believe they're eligible, it's determined they may not have been, or perhaps they received two payments because they've applied twice, we will absolutely ensure through our back end that we will respectfully work with them. Nobody is going to be made to have more duress because of these efforts, I can assure this House.
We have time for another. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
There's no doubt that seniors right across the country are feeling the impacts of the increased costs due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Many are suffering a great deal of anxiety because of the declining retirement or value of their retirement savings, and they depend.
you.